It's just gonna be a second, guys. It's just gonna be a second, guys. I'll be back. Oh shit. I have to go close my door. I'll be another 30 seconds. God damn it. Oh. That shit's unfunny. But anyway, today I actually have some stuff we're going to do. I forgot what we were doing yesterday, but it was probably, or what the plans yesterday were for today. But it was probably something stupid. So, we actually need to revamp oil. Since modern technology has advanced since the Octobers. So, well, was this in September or October? I don't remember. But essentially, this is all out of date and substandard. So this has to be done, but also we need to do some processing for this, which I'm not gonna be able to do that right now. Because I want to get more tantalum, and this provides me a method to do so. Although the watch reactor is also a perfectly valid method. It's just kind of slow. Is it even on right now? Where's my audio? I think that's better. It's better for me. I can hear. I suppose it doesn't actually make a noise. That's awesome. So the oil needs to be redone, and then of course I can redo that and stuff. It's not hard. I'm gonna put all of my minerals right over here for now, so I can start working on that later if I have time. See, with this stream, I'm gonna be kind of time crunched because I have to do a lot of stuff that I've planned out. Because today I'm also working on the HBM 100 days video, since this series has gone on for 700 something days in game, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just make the first one. The thing is that I don't actually know what 100 days looks like in HBM mod, so then it's just a never-ending cycle of I don't even know. I mean, this setup's constantly running. Like, do I really need to redo this that much? I mean, I think I kind of have to redo it. Because, like, there's no reformant production or anything. It doesn't follow the methods we use now where we can actually produce good quantities of reformant. It gets jammed up. It also uses cokers, which we can't do that. That's the thing, okay? So the HBM coker, again, when we discussed it in a previous episode, costs a lot, and it gives you only 10%. 10% yield for the output for the fluids. Yes, it gives you cold coke, but like, who wants that when you're trying to do oil stuff? The main use of the coker was always to convert it to other stuff. For this, you're not getting any phosgene production because the chlorine's off. The reason it wasn't working is, okay, I don't know if I actually need to fix it anymore, because it was just a chlorine problem. But yeah, it would be nice to have it all in one setup, because, so basically, vacuum oil is kind of like this thing that you don't actually need ever. If you ever make this, you're wrong. Like there's no reason to make this. Unless you're trying to generate power, I don't see the reason to make this. Okay, because and it's not even that good. See, the reason I'm saying that is because you can do all of this using catalytic reformers and regular oil. So like, that's why I wanted to redo it, but of course I don't actually need to redo it because it just was one switch was flipped. Okay, let's just not redo it because of that's fine. That's okay. For now. If it has problems later and it's like we actually have clogs and things that aren't fixing themselves in the vacuum oil setup, yeah, we can redo it, but that's not a thing I'm gonna do right now. That means that we're left with one thing to do today, which is gonna be kind of cleaning up this area for the most part and setting up a area to make the stuff into things. And of course, with the stuff, this stuff, give me a recipe, please. Minerals. Now, there's actually two methods that we want to do, which is cool. So, how do we get a clean mineral deposit? Which we look at this, it goes to mineral deposits. Nice. And to clean it. What the? There's no recipe for these ones, by the way. So yeah, you can't get the clean ones, but you can get these ones. These are made with hydrogen peroxide on rich minerals, which then gives you centrifuging is the next step. So then we just need an acidizer, a centrifuge, and I'm gonna go look at what what I can take from my old bedrock ore processing setup that doesn't do shit. Because it doesn't work. And it's, I got a lot of setups that I need to look at and go, is this even economical? Is it even doing anything? Like, this thing is just sitting here. Does it do anything right now? Like, it does not doing anything. It's doing literally nothing. Well, actually, it is kind of doing stuff. But what's the problem with this? Why is it not running a recipe through it? What's the problem? What's the hold up? Why doesn't that work? Okay, what is this? Where is it from? Earth? That's weird. It's going to the wrong place, right? Because these would work here. I bet. I am kind of confused. Not gonna lie. This is weird. They all have that? Where did that even come from? Yeah, these need solvent and HP solvents, but we don't produce it in meaningful quantities. If we head over to here, this is probably the reason why we're not producing any of that solvent. It's clogged with wood oil. And if it's clogged with wood oil, that means it's not actually running this. Ah. Aromatic hydrocarbons not happening. The aromatic hydrocarbons go all the way over here. And they go into well, they come out of this setup. And they hook into this setup. And this makes light oil, or takes coal oil and then does that, I guess. I don't actually know how this works. This is just one of those setups that I never come over and see it running. And that's something that's going to be a problem with me. I'm going to be disappointed if I... Well, I don't know. I need to list a bunch of that stuff down as stuff that needs to happen. Like, it's kind of... It definitely needs to be fixed. Okay, that one's one that needs to be fixed, is that one. Because that is one of the worst setups we have right now. It's just sitting there and it's costing us to do nothing. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, but still, that is a problem. Okay. So, what we're going to do is make that stuff. We're going to go to here. We're going to set it to an acidizer. And if correct me if I'm wrong, but you need like 3 of these. Because then you have your options. And the options that I'm running are going to be solvent and other stuff. So yeah, we'll do 3 acidizers. Which takes 2 welded steel plates and 3 titanium shells per each. So we're gonna make some cast steel plates. Ah, we already have some. Good. Gonna weld those up. Make those titanium shells. Dash ingots, integrated circuit boards, titanium shells, Titanium plates. Let's see any more of them. Oh, there we go, more titanium shells. Cool. Motors. We need motors too. Do 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 do. 5. Okay, we need okay, so we need motors. Okay, there we go. Raw materials. In here we should have iron in one of these boxes. One of these boxes has iron, yep. Which is kind of like a staple, almost. Staple of all materials. But let's get this done, and then we'll get rolling on some of those other ideas. Tearing stuff down. Tearing it apart. And then coming up with ways to supply it with endless amounts of what it needs. So then we're going to type in double coil, guys. Now, double coil is the advanced method of finding out where your motors are at. Cook it up, boom, 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 boom. Then it's done. Head over and put it all in. Which, this is going to need multiple of those circuits. So let's see if we have any of those, any stuff for that. So I'm gonna need circuit boards, which are gonna be made with gold and insulators. So I'll take some insulators and we'll look around for circuit boards in here, just in case. Microchips. Gold ingots are pretty straightforward, right, guys? We don't need to explain that. Then I'm gonna need to make the gold ingots into plates and add them to my stuff. But in the meantime, while we're waiting on them to do all of that, we're gonna take a stack of lead, and we're gonna take those, make them in wires. So we're gonna go to wires, lead wires. Something really important to have, because A, you need them for every single circuit recipe, and B, you need them for every single circuit recipe. So like quite literally going to need those for every single circuit recipe, and as you can see, they've already filled up there, already permeated that machine. Nice, this is good. What else do I have going on here? Right, the gold. The gold should be at 32 in each of these, or enough that I can make multiple stacks. Because every gold gives you 4. 4x your profits right here. If I head over to here, 4 and 4. And then just adding in the circuits. Now, those are actually pretty easy to get, because it's just asbestos and copper. Quite literally, if you need to make them, you need to just get asbestos and copper produced, and then you're making tons of... Whoa. If you look at the moon, it's got like glowing spots on it. Like, look at that. Hold on. When has it ever had glowing spots on it? I don't remember that ever looking like that. But that's like, that is cool. That's the next thumbnail. Next thumbnail right there, bro. And that's because we spent so long there, I guess. I don't know what it means, though. Because I've never seen lights on the moon. Until today. But what do you? I mean, do you see the lights on the moon? Is it, or is it just me? I'm just being insane. Cause it's weird. That is weird, right? It is weird. That is so weird. But circuits are made inside of there. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because it wasn't like that at all before. So the circuits should be in the box over here. We should have. We used to have a lot more than this. But okay, we can make more of them. HP solvent is of vital importance to the state. Yeah, no, I actually might revamp our oil setup, just for that. We do need HP solvent really badly. What am I missing? Do these cost something else extra? Okay, cereal, so. No. 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 What's the problem? What's the oh, that's the problem. Oh. Why aren't you welding? Hurry and weld more quickly. Jesus. But that's the hard part done. Because now I just need to build. Holy shit. Was able to catch one of the streams. Hey, how are you doing? Doing good? What's up? Welcome to the stream. And I don't think I've seen you here before, so I guess you're new. And then what does it need besides this? It's got those. It just needs more motors or more circuits probably. Probably takes 2 per. Yep, it took 2 per. I was on it. Okay, and once that's done, we're gonna need to make centrifuges. So we need to start looking at what they need before we get there, because that's going to save me all the time. 1 centrifuge is all I need. So, a centrifuge element. It's gonna cost me high-speed steel plates. Titanium plates. Question is, how do I have high-speed steel still? Or am I completely screwed? I have high-speed steel. Thank Jesus. How is the new power system? I've not messed with it much. Long time watcher of your channel though. Been subbed for a year or 2. We actually decided not to update for the new the new system, because we can kind of do that sometimes. So we talked about it and we were like, well, the new power system is kind of not really. We want to hold off on it because like we want to hold off for like a bigger update almost. It's not really enough for us to like actually be like, oh hey, let's actually update. We basically said it's not cool, so we're not gonna update. That's what we said. Essentially. And if I did all my math right, this will just be easy. Because I have my 3 acidizers, that gives me an extra for this centrifuge element. And then we're on to the easy part. Because that centrifuge actually is the easiest recipe I think I've ever seen. Because that's just 8 of... Holy crap. This is gonna be easy. I didn't expect it to be so easy. I was like, I might just cannibalize the bedrock oil setup because it doesn't do shit. We need copper plates. I think it was like 4. Okay, we're already there. We need analog circuit boards. Already there. We need steel plates in a quantity of 8. Already there. And then bakelite. Personally, one thing I wouldn't mind in the mod space or standard is a native version of like a 2. Yeah, that's something that would actually be pretty nice. Honestly, I would like to see it with like some kind of computer system. Like, oh, you build your own computer, you have to program it to do stuff with the resources or move them around. I feel like that'd be pretty interesting. But that'd be too complicated for this. HBM mod isn't supposed to be super complicated to where some normie can't pick it up and play it. Like, yeah, it is complicated. But any normie can pick it up and play it. So therefore, that's how it probably should be. Let's see. If I have bakelite somewhere, we can do it easy. But I just don't know where I put that at. Is it in the advanced materials, actually? What's up? It's good. Make it a single storage, but have huge warehouse. Like Indiana Jones warehouse, but with an interface. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Like a crane almost would be interesting. Crane and then like a bunch of boxes and or like metal shelving. No, there's a type of shelving that is made by Uline. It's a company that you can order it from and stuff, but like it's pretty much shelving that has no screws in the assembly. Pretty nice. It's very industrial. How are you, fish? I'm doing good. One of the things we're questioning is why the moon has lights on it now. Because, I mean, I just got back from the moon, so I was like, huh, it's got lights on it. Is that my doing? Probably is my doing, honestly. Oh yeah, I got everything I need now, so I can actually do this. So the first step is going to be peroxide, if we can find a line nearby with peroxide on it. What am I doing? I'm about to put together processing for this stuff. I actually don't know where the peroxide is at for this. So what we're going to do is we're going to do that. We're going to drop this. That adds the giant cannon. Is that a thing that's coming? I don't really know. HBM is always doing stuff, and I don't really know what he's up to. I kind of wish I did. That'd be pretty valuable, but at the same time, doesn't matter that much to me. It's just good to know for my audience. I could be like, oh, hey, this. Then, of course, wow, we've got a lot of people on today. This is awesome. Long time no see. Welcome back. It's been a while. Is the giant orbital cannon that was released or teased in the space trailer? Interesting. That was ages ago. Do I want to drop it down a block, or do I want to just run it across? How do you get bismuth from a Watts if you need bismuth for it? What do you mean we need bismuth for it? Because it does not need bismuth for it, right? This might be a question for Auterm or whatever. Certified airball. This might be a certified airball question. But if I were to answer it, then you're probably talking about the chipsets, which we don't use bismuth for. We can make those with arsenic. They've been working on the update for a long time, calling it the Warfare update. That and Diagamics system update as well. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Interesting. Don't you need it for components? You need technetium, but bismuth can be swapped out for the actual thingy. So here is this, and then you have the versatile chipset, which is where the bismuth would technically be at. If you look, you have microchips, and then you have gallium arsenide, and you have, which just make the recipe cheaper. But this looks like bismuth here, or arsenic. So like, you kind of have options. You don't really need to worry that much about so you have options, you know. Anyway, we're gonna need to set up this and this. What do you mean they changed the recipe? It's always been that way. It's literally been... It's always been able to use arsenic. It's always been able to do that. Also, I'm so mad, man. I found one of the spires, but didn't kill both of the enemies before I broke the skeleton, only to learn afterwards that you need to kill them to automate them beforehand to get something. People were being cagey on what it was. In normal HBM, you need a bismuth nugget. I could have swore it's always been able to use arsenic. Because, yeah, you've been able to do it with arsenic. Like, even in regular HBM. I could pop onto my old 1710 world and it probably is still the same. And this is just bothering me for whatever level of OCD I have. That the ladders aren't the same way. Which, that's kind of sad. Kind of sad. Honestly. So we need solvent. Well, one of my projects right now that I'm working on is kind of gonna take a while, but I plan to actually be able to host 24/7 servers at some point. I just need to work on a very large project involving building a server, which I've been talking about, and I talked about it in the previous stream pretty heavily, but we're already looking at what resources and things I need for that, so that's not gonna be that bad. And I've already talked with some of the people in my fans, and then, yeah. Let's see. So that needs power. This needs stuff. My brain is slow, guys. I might be a little bit, what's the word that I can't say? Pretty stupid, you know what I mean? Right? Not stupid, just special in that. Yep, probably. Oh yeah, I was gonna program my calculator to be able to do the binary stuff I needed to do bins. When did that sign be there? I don't remember that sign being there ever. Let's see. just why don't use a jetpack? Because I can jump super high. I don't need it. Also, it'd probably just annoy me. Like, if I had a jetpack on, I'd probably just get annoyed, honestly. It'd be like, where is my stuff that I put? Still has a PLLS on, probably. Yes, that is also true. Well, I technically could wear it without that. I had to take off the whatchamacallit, the RBMK thingy, the liquidator metal. So now this is gonna go into here so we can do a trial run. We need to get a pipe for peroxide, which wouldn't be that hard because it's literally just over there. I think. I see, yeah, it's just right here. So I guess we just do a pipe. Alright, yep, we're gonna make spaghetti, guys. Today we are making spaghetti. Don't have any piping in there. That's gonna look okay. But I do have these. So if I want to save myself the effort and the hassle, right? Which I think everybody would prefer that I do that than go build a giant pipeline. Then hey, we're just gonna go ahead and do one of these. Gonna switch my thingy over. Wait. Switch it back over. I need this here. Then I can switch it over. Swap that out. Yep, that works. We're gonna wrench that. We're gonna start building. They only travel 10 meters at a time, so you have to keep that in mind. So that way you can build them as far as you want. But that should be one. Is there actually another peroxide pipeline in here somewhere? I don't think there is. What's your thoughts on the Terra drill being removed from NTM space? Oh, it's just NTM space? Well, it wasn't removed, it was replaced. But at the same time, like when that happened, I was like, well, I haven't fully upgraded mine yet. That was the next thing I was going to do. That was the next thing I was going to do. Fully upgrade it. This might be cursed looking, honestly. Sometimes you get so far in a world that you're just like, oh, I want to restart. If I restart this guy's... Wait, by what? What do you mean? Oh, it was replaced, yeah. So it was replaced by the actual power drill. It's powered drill. Which looks pretty interesting, right? Power drill. And then it has a actual 3D model. Ooh, pretty cool. Yeah. And it uses ammo as gasoline. It's apparently gunmetal. But these are the drill bits for it. Essentially, you build this thingy. You can switch it out with these. And then you have your engines. You have all of them, which are, of course, if you want to use aircraft fuels, I guess you use this, like kerosene. Diesel. Like, if I started a new playthrough, this is actually pretty neat, I would say. And I haven't really messed with it that much, but I can say it's pretty neat because it looks neat. And maybe I might have experience in HBM mod, maybe I don't. Who knows? That's up to the viewer to decide, even though it's pretty obvious I've been doing this for a little while. Peroxide. Nice. And then we're on to this. We just need power. How did I not do that already? Like, I could have... Okay, we're just going to connect a power line, like so. And then we're going to run it down to here. That's connected, so this should do the first step, and then the second step is up to you to do. Put it in there, because, like, obviously we want to make it so that way we can do 2 different processes. This will work. Okay. And, now all I have to do is wait, watch, and make everybody bored. Hell yeah. Let's get bored, everybody. Everybody's gonna be bored. But for now, I'm just gonna set it up so I'm gonna be outputting into a crate. We're gonna do that down here. What is this? Steel crate? Okay, cool. Switch. And then everything goes in there. How do you get arsenic? Because I hear, I didn't hear because ad was playing. So arsenic is made from the soil. I never said anything about it, so. But the soil outside is, wait a second. I could have swore this is more dirty, but, over here we have a lot of it. This stuff is going to give you your arsenic. If you just take, this and shred it, you get scraps, and then, process those into arsenic nuggets. Inside of, with solvent, obviously. The problem is solvent, but solvent at this stage of the game is cheap. We can just make it from our oil processing, which is going to be a huge new thing I need to do, or revamp, because I have new modern standards for the oil setup. Pretty much every time I do an oil setup, I say I have new modern standards, but in reality, nothing's changed. It's just going to be the same thing, but a little bit smarter. Because in oil, all of the endpoints, you should never be cycling things back through. You should just be swapping your endpoint. Which will make sense when we do that later today. Obviously, I could just do all of it now, if it's just going to take peroxide. So how do you get dead dirt? From the fracking tower. So the fracking tower is your way of getting dead dirt. And it will just, over time, make your world have lots of dead dirt. Jesus, look at all this uranium right here. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Yet. So much you can do with such a substance. Welded steel plate. And just gonna shove all this random garbage in there. Shove all this random garbage in there. Like this stuff. Don't need it. 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 Nope. Nope. And we're back on to the next project. So, now that that's all done, all I have to do is hook in this thingy. So let's just go ahead and grab a hopper. Slap it on there. Switch back. Grab this shit. And throw it in. Really simple. And of course, I need all of these. I do need these, but not right now. These would have been really handy on Moho since I found like 2 red keys and I was like, shit, could totally do those. So now we have mineral dust, right? And mineral dust is your magic dust, okay? This is what you use at parties to see another world, you know what I mean? Yeah, but we're gonna take this, we're gonna look at the recipes, right? Gallium. Ooh, niobium. Beryllium. Oh, but that's only for... That's for sulfuric acid, okay? That's what you get. Do you want to do that, or do you want to find a different recipe? I like to find a different recipe, okay? There's also this one, chloritic, which we looked at. Nitric, we looked at them all last episode. But the problem is I can't remember, so I have to compare and contrast them anyway. Cobalt, niobium, neodymium, and zirconium. That's not really my thing. So then we have to do that again. Let's look at solvent. Solvent gives you cobalt, gallium, niobium, and purified tantalite. Probably the best one in my opinion, so we're probably going to run the solvent one. How do you get arsenic, aka HP solvent? Is RBMK the only way? So for HP solvent, you can make it at the Jeff K. Institute of Oil over here. Actually, no, I might make it at the regular setup, but we might make it here. The problem with this setup is that it's just Yeah, we need to redo oil. We are not producing HP solvent at here. This is weird. Okay. Yeah, this needs to, I need to tear that down. That is bad. Okay. We need to tear that down, and then we are looking at, does this need to get torn down as well? Probably. Probably. Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah, we might be redoing oil today. But I need solvent, so I need to grab this somehow. And I didn't bring a barrel here. We'll just find one somewhere conveniently. So those all need to be redone. But you would need arsenic or bismuth first in the first place. Yeah, so you would do the radiator channel first. Oh, is this is empty? What the heck? Wait, is this where I... Yeah, I think this is where I make my HP solvent. But this was the early game setup, was we would run and who's messing with my shit? Who did this? Okay. So who did it? That is not how that's supposed to be. That was you know who that was? That was Dosto right there. I can tell you that. See, that was Dosto. This is supposed to be engine lubricant. But we run that through here. This setup's already messed up, because I can tell you one thing that I hate. It's when you have a setup like this, where you conveyor stuff one block into an inserter. What you could do is just literally just output and hopper. That's going to save you the potential of losing resources. That's my advice. Every time I do a setup, I use as many direct connections through hoppers as possible. Unless it cannot handle that because of the speed. So keep that in mind. If you're going to do a setup and you don't want to lose anything, use hoppers. Hoppers are your best friend. What RBMK did we use? It's right here in the floor. This thing. Which runs a RA226BE cycle. And then you'll see there's a radiator channel here. Like, you could do this with any RBMK, and it would be fine. What is that? Just cobblestone? Okay. See this? This is the setup I used. Cool, right? Yep, cool. Totally cool. Back to it. So we're doing this. This is going into here. It's going. What am I doing? So I need to do these in here with solvents, not HP, not peroxide, solvent. And I need a barrel for that. So I need to find a barrel or, well, produce a barrel, and that's not hard. There should be some in one of these. Steel. That's what I need. Steel and tar. Because some what rod? Because some explode, lol. We just ran radium. So if you want to see the rod, it is RA226BE. So that would be shooting alpha particles. Nice. Tar. There we go. It's in my lungs, guys. Got it. Got this straight from my lungs for this wonderful project today. How to get tar in HBM mod. Smoke. Yep. I mean, you could just use NEI, and it would have all of the answers you're seeking. But at the same time, it's pretty easy to just ask me. I kind of know. You should do more tutorials, lol. The tutorials aren't my thing. My thing is something, but I don't really know what my thing even is. So I don't know. I just work here, and for everybody who's been dedicated enough so far, everybody will be invited to, or will be gifted a working link to the Discord server, because yes, here is the working link. Because, wait, what the heck? Did it not copy? That is strange. Hold on. Print into existence. There we go. That is for all of the loyal viewers who have decided to show up at this time. It's great. Yeah, I know. But there's a lot of people, so I have no idea. Oh, Jesus. This random alarm stuff is unfunny. But we need to do some work. So what am I doing with this solvent? Solvents. Hurry, because everybody's gonna be bored by watching me not do anything. There we go, perfect. What the heck was that? This oil setup's clearly gonna need to be revamped. That's what that was. That was the sound of, you need to revamp this oil setup before it shoots you in the face. What the heck kind of planetary alignment's going on up there? Look at that. It's like 8 planets aligning at the same time. Might be the end of the world right now. That might actually happen. I wonder if that actually is a thing. And then put in solvent. And then look at this. It's gonna give us solvent mineral thingies. Solvent minerals as payment. It's about to be an eclipse with all of that. Look at what the heck? That is the eclipse of all time right there. Alright, we're heading back to the warehouse. Get this out of here. How long has that been there? Probably since ancient times, honestly. The mess of my base. At least the boxes. What's good? I don't know. I mean, we just started making solvent minerals, so I guess that's good. Let's see how this does in this thingy. So again, with the hoppers, right, could do, if I want to put it in here, easily, I'll show you all the trick. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a inserter, we're going to switch this out, ejector, inserter, right, we need those two. What's the building on the right? With the steam condenser, I haven't yet gotten to this part. Still watching the world get bigger, but I just love your streams. So the building is with the steam condenser. This thingy? Wait. Or is it? Oh, this thing? Maybe. This is just a it's just a BTX machine. Almost, or a reformant machine. Like, it's a secondary backup generator. It doesn't even see usage anymore. It used to. Big tower. That one? I don't actually know. Or is it this thing? You're right, with a condenser. Like there? Or out this way. Oh, wait. Yeah, the blue one. The PWR. I go here sometimes. Usually to cook up resources. This is the PWR. Did I ever do a world tour of this world? Because this world is huge. And anybody who, like, tunes in is, like... See, in the actual 100 days video I'm putting together of this, it's gonna be, like, the first episode of it, I literally say how massive this world ends up being. Like, I'm just gonna go to every building until we find it. Not this one, but I'm just gonna show you all of the buildings. And this one. But in the 100 days video, all of the well, actually, the first thing I noticed was like, holy crap, there's nothing, because it's one of the first like parts of that stream. Like, I'm editing up the streams into like 100 days kind of thing, but like I don't actually know how many days it is, because we know that it's 778 days or something like that for this so far. But I'm like, I come up to right about here in it, and I'm like chopping down a tree. I'm like right here punching a tree, and I turn around, and there's just nothing behind me in that shot. And I'm like, that's not even what that looks like anymore, remotely. Like, my base ends up existing, and it gets finished at some point, because usually I don't finish them. I just start them and then leave them empty husks of what they need to be. So now we're running our production of these. Cobalt powder, gallium powder, which is the most valuable powder on planet Earth because we don't have it yet. Now gallium is used in the production of gallium arsenide circuits. Ooh. Ooh. Everybody say ooh right now. This stuff is actually really amazing, because with gallium you can make gallium arsenide, and that's something. But how do you make it? I don't even really know. Maybe in this thing? Yes, in this thing. Gallium arsenide. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that. What? What? Literally used in laser beams. Laser beams! Whoa. Salted nuclear charge. It's from the comment section. Back in the old days. Salted. The old days it used to be like that. But then also nuggets are also useful, right? Well, actually, these get made into chips, right? Yes, waffles. Wafflefy it. Hello. So first you waffle this, then you take your gallium arsenide or your GAAS wafer, gas wafer, absolutely gas right there. Take this. Oh, look at that! You can add hafnium. What? Ooh, this is actually good. This is going to be important for our space colony, where we conquer the space, because now we'll have an infinite amount of gallium. That's what that drill is for. The magma drill allows you to drill magma on lava planets, like Moho. Literally just Moho. Just put in, insert words, Moho, right there. That's what it does. So then you have more gallium from that. That's why gallium is so super duper amazing. Hafnium is used in the tier 3 processor. Oh, nice. Which we need to get to Tecto, so that's pretty good. We also are getting purified tantalite, which is used to make tantalite solution, but the problem is I don't have natural gas for that, so kind of a sad problem. Sad question mark. At least we're making the mineral crystals we need. So that way I can get other stuff from this. Gallium's useful, niobium's useful. Tantalite is useful because then we don't have to go miles away to grab some tantalite, right? This stuff can be kind of annoying to get, and it skips that first step of the process right there. Then we just need to get natural gas in there, which is not something I don't have, because I do in fact have plenty of natural gas right now from Moho. The Moho mission provides us with plenty of stuff. So again, more stuff from the space. Huh. Well, I need to grab that barrel again. I guess I need to just start carrying around 64 barrels and 64 crates with me. That way I can actually be like, oh, hey, I don't have this, I need this. Need some storage for something. I'm on the stream where you finished the Xernox. I'm a long way from this point, but I'm learning a lot. I never even made Tantalum, and now I've reached an RBMK. It's pretty good to hear. A lot of people say when they watch these, it's like pretty useful to like actually see how I do it, or see how to go through the steps to do it. Obviously, the way I do it, you can do other ways, and it works completely as well. Maybe. So thank you, Fish. You're like a good YouTuber. Yep. No problem. I mean, I just enjoy making the videos. One thing I wanted to do is get sponsorships for the videos, because then I can work on bigger projects that cost money, which I've discussed in the previous stream. Big projects are going to cost big money. It's going to be kind of annoying for me, in my opinion. Huh. What does it need? What does it need? It's got pandemonium solution. Pandemonium 3 tantalite, right? Yeah. Why is it not outputting? Is it just not gonna output? Please do your output, please. Please hurry up and output. Oh, wait. Maybe it's just processing that low pressure steam. Oh, yep, that's what it was doing. Cool, because this is now tantalum. And tantalum's good. The other thing that's good is the niobium. So we're still getting that niobium step from the early parts of your tantalum processing, which you would normally get. Tantalum is useful. Trust me, it is very useful. So I really do need to get more for that. So like the other way of getting tantalum we have right now is to run different fuels through this machine. Different fuel cycles will give us tantalum byproducts for it if we process them, which means we need to run the Purex. Okay, so we're gonna head up to the oil setup for nukes. I have no idea what you're talking about right now, because I am is tantalum for nukes? I don't know. But is that what you're saying? Tantalum's for nukes? Because I mean, it is for the capacitors you do kind of need, right? It was, well, actually that was back in the day. I don't remember if that's even still true. It's time to watch me tear down this oil abomination. It's time to say goodbye. It's time to say it's done. Time to cut the cord on this project right here. What are we gonna do with this? Yeah, are using things. Okay, I thought it was just me being from ancient HBM mod period, the prehistoric period of HBM mod. Control unit needs capacitors. Well, I don't usually even build the nukes. I just come here for the technology. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna revamp all of my oil, because this is a very bad oil setup. And it needs to be revamped, unfortunately. Or we could just tactically relocate this whole setup somewhere. This is gonna be an interesting stream because now it might take a while. This part usually, I mean, we have to do this. The next stream we should probably hit the other setup that is absolutely annoying me. Okay, so if we look at the map, which shows you how disgusting my world has become and how developed it is. This setup annoys me. The soy craft industry setup. Actually, for everybody who doesn't know, that's where I spent an extra couple episodes to build some interesting artwork in my world for a thumbnail. And then, yeah, soy craft right there. No, not the kerosene line. Well, we're gonna redo it. We're gonna redo it. It has to go down. Like, all of our oil setups need to be torn down, because that's not how it's supposed to be set up. Why is there a nuke explosion? I don't see a nuke explosion. Oh, wait. You mean... Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. This was me playing around with the missile silo. See, we went to this one, and we broke the missile. Then we went to this one, and we launched the missile. Then, blew up some stuff over there. But that was a fun episode. Just at the end of the stream, we were like, oh, let's just fire a missile. So, to actually find that part is probably going to take a while for me when I go to edit. I wonder how many pipes are in this setup. We're going to find that out today. So yeah, we need to make kerosene. We need to get rid of the drone. Drones are absolutely a thing of the past, okay? Absolutely a thing of the past. We are not going to use drones in any future projects, ever. I hope. I say that, and then I'm going to be like, oh, well, I have to pipe this 4 billion kilometers, and it's going to cost me this much steel. I'm going to do some shitty math and calculate it out, and it's going to be like, I need 5 billion steel ingots to do this. Do cracking towers produce that much dead stuff? Or fracking towers? Yeah. It's just been a long time since I built them. And the longer you build them, it's kind of cumulative. Or the longer they run for, kind of accumulates. But yeah. They'll turn all of the grass eventually. It just hasn't really... It's not really in the radius right here. No, stop destroying my kerosene. At least we have a large playing area to set up stuff once I get it all cleaned up. And if we could... Hey, what do we need for radiolysis machines? That would be the next tier for me as far as oil processing goes. What do we need for those? Actually, I could do it myself. I'll look at it myself. You keep working on the fusion reactor. I'll keep working on what I'm working on, which is going to be important to building the fusion reactor, probably. And the other reason to actually do this for me is the energy costs, right? This costs a lot of energy, but one of the things I discovered in my previous HBM world when I went back and played in it was that I could technically run all of my oil and not even expend any energy. So we need an RTG machine called a radiolysis machine, which allows you to process all of the cracking recipes without expending any steam. Allows me to run it constantly, 24/7. So that's really useful. And it produces energy. So if you think about that, well, now I have a double-edged sword. Now, one thing I'm going to be a little bit concerned with is if HBM realizes that and then goes, well, let's just go ahead and destructify this machine from existence. That's typical HBM behavior. Let's destructify it and replace it with or get rid of its energy production method, or something like that. Definitely could see that happening. Typical HBM right there. He doesn't like good things, so he destroys them. Yup. Trust me. I know him personally. No, I don't. I played with the guy one time. Oh yeah, and if we get we could run it on our Gold 198 RTGs. I suppose. I mean, yeah, it'd be fast. It would reduce the amount we need, but we'd have to stock every single RTG, and unless we have a good distribution system for that, I could do it. I could definitely do it, I suppose. We also need to set up a building for the fusion reactor. It's gonna be a huge, didn't I have an idea for that? I had an idea for that. I had an idea. So, like, the building won't be a problem. We just need a lot of bricks for it. But I always put everything in a interesting looking building. And I think we'll build that one. If I look at the map, I'll just stage out the... Yeah, you wanted to do like 4 coupled together? I don't know what we're building, but we have space for a building like over here, I suppose. So I'll just I think having one running on its own running constantly wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, just to get us started. Like, we don't need to build the whole thing now. It's like a end game kind of setup, but I'm gonna just take a picture of my map right there. And then I can draw out what I'm gonna, or the zone for it. It's probably gonna be a multi-chunk thing. Might be one of the biggest buildings we built. So if I'm being honest with you, it might be one of the biggest buildings we build, but we just need to have that zoned. Then put into the world. I like cool-looking buildings for all of my machinery. I think people like to see that too. They're like, "Oh wow, look, that looks super cool." I'm impressed. That's what they're all. That's what they all say. I actually should probably like show off screenshots of my HBM world. Gotta go fish. Have a nice day, man. All right, see you next time. Yeah, I should definitely show off screenshots of it in the NTM discords. Because that would be great. What am I doing? Why did I do that? Stop. Stop! Stop resisting. There we go. So that's gonna be like that, but we're gonna just continue to vein mine out all of the stupidness that's going on here. All the stupidness and illogical past mistakes. You'd already see how many pipes are in this thing. And we're gonna use all of them to put it back together, too. So, like, if you're wondering, that's gonna be an absolutely crazy, completely wrecked abomination of a setup. But hey, it's gonna exist. There's gonna be no alkylation units, by the way. There's gonna be none of those in the setup. That's gonna make things ultra cool. Neato. I just need to get more of this stuff torn down. This is a huge setup. I forget how big this thing is. And then we're gonna be on to the next setup after this one. So after I have this one torn down, we're gonna tear down that one next. Also, the switches, I like them in this version a lot better. This is the only version where switches are actually functional. Yeah, it's just a bit large. What, the oil setup? I actually forgot what I said. My brain shut off. No idea how this stream got so many views so fast, but hey, that's pretty good. Hydrogen peroxide. We could do something with nitric acid. We can just literally produce that. Alright. Almost done with the whole teardown. Never mind. I'm like not even close. Not even close to done. No. Oh, there's another pipe down here? No. It's mostly just pipes. That's the biggest annoyance, is the pipes. Just look at this. I'm gonna fill up the entire crate with pipes once I get there. Yeah, here's somebody yelling. So, well, it was weird because I had an audience for like a little bit. That was weird. I had a lot of people watching. That was weird. Unusual things happened today. Very confusing. I also don't even remember how I powered this thing. Like, that's another thing. How the heck did I even power this? This was such a spaghetti setup at the end of the day. It started out looking not bad, but then it became bad pretty fast. And then we're gonna need to put these through the ground because this is not gonna happen. And of course, I need natural gas. So we need to set up a natural gas storage tank first to buffer it. And that's gonna be like a new thing. Have fun with the solar boiler because the mirrors are a bit different now. What does that mean? Valid alignments and whatnot got changed? Oh, okay. Thank you, HBM. Making my nuclear tech mod experience great again. What is this? Okay, that's concrete processing setup. The pain. The pizza. Pizza pain. Is that all the pipes here? Let me just tear that out. Cool. Give me a sledgehammer and I'll give you a destroyed oil setup in 5 seconds. Please. I think you should be able to like take parts out of machines. That'd be pretty cool. Like if you could just go into somebody else's base and just grab a part out of their machine and be like, and just run away. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be a goofy thing, you know? Goofy thing right there. The next thing you know, they're like, oh, somebody sabotaged our machine. We're missing this part now. Huh. Or like, you can make parts, but it's super expensive. And so like, we've just set up a 528 mode server. Boom. You just finished your extremely expensive machine. You're like, oh man, somebody stole a part from it. Shit. Well, it looks like we have to find a new one. It'll be like Fallout. Could literally make it like Fallout, honestly. You have to scavenge for resources. If you want to make it, it's super hard to make. Due to resource scarcity. Could be an absolutely great thing. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, that's an idea for somebody else, not me. So, suck it, nerds. I'm not doing it. You can do it. Go do it yourself. Actually, I might do it. It might be on my list of projects that has to happen at some point in the future. But I'd have to put it there first. So I haven't done that yet. I like how it doesn't vein mine cobblestone anymore. That's a nice change. It used to back in the day, which was really shitty. Because then I'd put all my stuff on cobblestone and I'd go, oh shit, my redstone, I don't remember how I put it together. Shit. But also, could just figure that out because I'm the engineer of all time. Literally the engineer of all time. There's nobody else better at redstone. That being said, I also play modded, so it doesn't count. Cool. 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 We're at pretty much the end of the oil setup. So, like, this is, like, the end of the regular oil. And that means now I have to figure out how the heck I put this together in my super old, ancient world that will, if you ever see it, will make you think that I've been playing HBM for 2,000 years when I really have only played it since 2022. So, yeah, it's fairly old world. It was played in 2023. Actually, I do have one that was even earlier than that. That's in my worlds videos. I show off all of my worlds, right? So, but oil can be done super efficiently. And let me tell you how. In 5 simple steps. You will see results in 5 days. This sounds like a scam ad. Scam ad, you know what I mean? Like a, you will see results in 5 days. It's like AI generated and shit. And now we have a drone flying back and forth for no reason. Now we'll have to figure out if I need to bulldoze that. Actually, let's actually bulldoze this building, okay? I do have something that will make this fun and not boring for bulldozing it. Because I totally can do that. But I'll have to show you guys how. Actually, never mind. That's not made of wood, so we can't actually plow through it with a tank. That was gonna be like, I was gonna be like, oh yeah, let's just plow through it with a tank. Nope. Joke's on you. You can't do that with stone bricks. So it's on for the other thing. Let's just go ahead and throw this all in the box. Nope. Nope. Denied. Ah. So I think all of the chemical stuff should be over here. Because chemistry, walking 10 kilometers to go do my chemistry is really annoying when I could just do it in one place. Make it make sense. Make it simple, make it make sense. Right? Those are your best friends. Making things simple and making them make sense will save you. But, of course, let's tear out this, and this. This can stay, because this is always going to be essential for powering the other stuff. But the rest of this needs to become built. So we need a hot crude oil pipeline right here. Crude oil. And, of course, because being the nerd that I am, everything is going to have an intense amount of redstone. So be prepared for me to spend 10 minutes telling you about how to make an ore gate or something and why that's super useful. Because I don't think everybody's an expert in that. And, of course, some of these things will be pretty complicated. So there's your warning for redstone alert. If you don't like redstone, go away. Because I'm going to be doing it for 10 years in this video, probably. And may start doing math problems as well, which would also be pretty stupid. Which should clean out my audience of people who don't like math and people who don't like redstone. I have 3 of these, and I have 2 of these. Where did the other one go? Shit. It's missing. It's MIA. Missing in action. Wait. Calculating. Ah, I have realized that I probably had a desulfurization unit somewhere. Oh, thank God. I was like, where is it at? But this is my first thing I need to figure out, is naphtha processing. Naphtha processing will save you, and of course, wait, save you from what? Well, don't worry, because this will save you, okay, from the rapture. Yep, that's right. This is gonna save you from the rapture, okay? See, HB Jesus is coming to HBM mod. And, well, no, it's the second coming of the HB Jesus. Okay? He's gonna come and rapture us. But we need this. How's he gonna do that? He's gonna come into our worlds with a nuclear bomb. Custom made. For himself. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. Anyway. So we have naphtha. That's literally the default recipe. But why is this important? Well, if we take naphtha, let's go ahead and look at this and dissect the recipe. And this is actually the best way of doing this, is the way I'm about to show you guys. This is literally the best way you can ever... Is it literally naphtha? Yeah, it is. I was gonna be like... What's TS? What's this? The setup? I don't know. So, but this is the first step. Reform it is going to be super useful. And then we're going to figure out how to take reform it and make it into the next thing. So, that being said, there's a way we can get naphtha because heating oil is kind of annoying. Industrial oil is kind of annoying. But heating oil and industrial oil, both of these can be turned into naphtha extensively. So those will become important. Those are both produced in heavy oil. So the heavy oil setup can kind of feed into my naphtha production. Naphtha is our big source for chemistry. That means that this should probably be heating oil. Or maybe the one next to it should be heating oil. And that should input into this guy. Or feed into him. But that could be over here somewhere. And then the output from this is reformant, which is kind of a multi-step process because you have many options with reformant. Now, one thing you will know is that this kind of bypasses vacuum oil because we're taking naphtha and making it into reformant, which also, if you bypass the vacuum oil, you also bypass this reformant gas, which is absolutely terrible and is the enemy of the state. Yes, enemy of the state right here. Number one. Absolutely terrible. Do not make reformant gas. You will hate everything. Unless you absolutely need to. So we're going to take our naphtha. Well, this is actually a really interesting recipe where it takes 1,000 and then makes some reformant gas. But of course, if you're taking coke or naphtha, that means you've already lost, like, you're down 90% from where you started. So don't do that. Me being the expert here, telling you don't do it. Don't do drugs, kids. It's not worth it. AKA, don't reform stuff that sucks to reform. This one gives you aromatic hydrocarbons, and this one gives you petroleum gas. A lot more petroleum gas in this recipe. So if you do that way, it's probably better. Reformant now. How do you process this? Well, of course, you could crack it for reformant gas, but listen to what I was saying earlier. Don't do this. You're going to hate your life. So don't do it. What you can do is fraction it for BTX. BTX is pretty good, but let's check reformant gas to make sure I'm not just pulling strings to change the reality of oils. Yeah, it just sucks. But this gets you to like many things. So if there is no chemistry with this, then you take it to the next product. BTX. BTX. Boom. Is there chemistry with BTX? Is the next question. And if we're trying to get it like a chemistry setup, right? So we need to look for chemistry recipes. There is chemistry for BTX. Look at that, hard plastic and phosgene. What do I need to make phosgene? If we look, unsaturated hydrocarbons and chlorine gas, boom, we figured out another thing. Perfect. But of course, is there more I can do with my BTX? So we take reformant. We're gonna look for any chemistry with reformant again because I'm just, there is some chemistry here. Diesel, and that gives you high cetane diesel, and jet fuel is another thing you can make. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I mean when I say chemistry. Those are recipes that are shitty because they just make energy. Those are energy production recipes right there. And so we're gonna go ahead and take reformant to the BTX. BTX becomes hard plastic for chemistry, and also should be used in some kind of solvent methods. I'm a little bit iffy on that. Where's the solvent at? Is reformant gas involved in any kind of solvent production of any kind or form? Because if it is, no. Hate that. Wait, there was a way to make HP solvent. I swear, HP solvent could be made this way. Solvent. This is gonna be one big step for solvent kind. One leap. Yeah, okay, this is fine. That's just regular solvent. But how do you make HP solvent? Reformant gas. Good dang. Ugh. I hate reformant gas. However, it is needed in solvent. So, yeah, we'll just siphon a little bit off to make reformant gas and cracking. But that'll be prioritized, so it's going to get priority to make the HP solvent, since HP solvent is easier to make than the other thing, and also more valuable. So HP solvent can be made here, in this area. And then we need to figure out how we're going to do this. So the line needs to be like this. We're just going to plan it out for now. There's going to be 2 valves on it with a switching mechanism. This one needs to be on by default because this will run my HP solvent production. And that's going to be... I'll demonstrate how this looks in a second. Let me just set up pipes. It's going to be a little bit of a mess. So what we're going to do is prioritize this one. So we're going to take out this. We're going to swap out that. We're going to grab these from here. So these are kind of your best friend when you do an oil setup, because these will allow me to control where everything is going. And then we're going to take, not a comparator, because we don't have anything for that yet. We're not that far in the process. We're going to take some of these. We're going to take, put these back up in there for a second. Actually, no, we're going to take those back out. I need those. I do need them. So, like, I kind of need those. Now we're going to do our process of putting things together. We're going to build out a little bit more. Actually, that's bad. Boom, boom. And then another one. Boom, boom. Torch. And then it's time to set it up. So torch here. That turns that on by default. And then this redstone line can be here. I don't know why I'm using stone slabs. I'm not even going to use those. So let's just put those back. So that means now I can take a signal from a storage tank and put it into here. That makes it really easy for me to figure out, okay, well, how much are we making? Is it clogged? If it's clogged, then it switches the production method to this side. That's where this motor oil barrel comes into play for the production of my HP solvent. Which we're putting it right here, since it's close to pretty much every other thing that's going to need HP solvent in the future. High performance solvents. Perfect. Or actually, that's not a high performance solvent. That's going to be reformant. This actually doesn't need to be reformant gas. It's going to be regular reformant. Okay, cool. So then it kind of has a buffer too, because this is going to produce reformant. Then we're going to take that reformant, we're going to put it into a machine. It's going to make what I need it to make. It's going to then output into where I need it to go. And also, right here is going to be my fractioning setup. So on this side, if that becomes true, this will turn on and switch it over to the production of the fractioning method. That way, if we ever clog, we just swap over to the fractioning method to begin production of whatever horrible abominations come next. So then I could set this to reformant, which gives you aromatic hydrocarbons and BTX. Again, now it's time to cover BTX. So we've already covered BTX kind of. We've already looked at it. We also need to lay out the bricks for showing where my radiolysis machine stack could potentially be. Stack of them, because I'm probably going to need a stack. From experience, usually you would want a stack of them. However, if we use radiolysis machines, it really does reduce the size a lot. So that's just another thing to note, is that if you use those, you might just be saving yourself like 10 times the space or something like that. But, yeah. That's to say that we probably are going to do that. Ah. So. I need to put in my radiolysis machine somewhere here. And I need to do a other setup here. Let's go ahead and radiolysis our way to victory here. Radiolysis machine. Look at this. Radioisotope thermoelectric generator. It's changed. Oh, wait. The name's longer. I wonder if it's got an updated GUI or anything. But we need technetium, steel, thermoelectric elements, which are going to be the part that I'm going to really hate making, but we'll do it anyway. And we're going to need to make a bunch of these, so we're gonna make as many as I can. Head over to here. We're going to grab some... We should have copper and this stuff. Process these to make more of the stuff I need. Yeah. And then we're going to grab quartz, steel for steel plates. Doing my oil revamp is going to be important. I probably should check my email today too. Honestly, probably should do that. So we're going to set this up. Thermoelectric elements are going to go in inside of this thing. So we can start that production going. Then we need technetium or cadmium steel as well, which I reasonably should have some somewhere. We'll find it. We'll find it eventually. I'll just look around for that. Does it need rubber? It needs rubber. It needs rubber too, doesn't it? Yeah. Needs rubber. I know where that's at. And of course quartz powder, which we should have some in one of these boxes as well. That one's got a little bit, but is there more of it? There's probably some over at the... Now that I think about it, there's probably some over at the one place. And I need to check here anyway. Cadmium over by the... If you still need it. Ah, I got it. So we should have some in here. What is this? Yeah, there is a little bit of quartz in there. There might be more. Honestly, there's definitely more quartz here. If there's a little bit of quartz there, there's a lot of it here. Hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. How did I even get this quartz here anyway? This is weird. This guy's still running? I think he is. So how does this work even? Does this output like... Oh, this is weird. Yeah, I don't know how that works. We're just gonna not question it. I do know that it produces a lot of this stuff. Yeah, for some reason early on in the stream we had so many views. It was weird. We had like 8 people on at the same time. It was weird. Borax, that's not what I'm looking for. But that's good. It was good that we had a lot of views. A lot of people hopped on. Didn't stay for long though. I think everybody's tired of oil setups. That's what it tells me. Yep, everybody is tired of the oil setups. I've done too many of them. I mean, literally, I'm the final boss of oil at this point. Final boss of oil. This is insane. Because I literally know how to make an oil setup that runs itself. That's what I'm about to do. And time to wait for that to do its stuff. Meantime, figure out the next thing. That stuff. I don't know how much I need, so I'm just gonna grab 45. Some lead. Gonna grab a bit of that too. Just gonna make a stack of plates. Lead's cheap. Lead I can afford. This will make like 8 of them. Oh, that's not enough. I need to make more of those. Oh, I have more of this stuff. That's not bad. More natural gas. That is another setup that I need to move. Is my tantalum processing setup, because this thing is just sitting here doing nothing. So that way I can be like, oh hey, we have natural gas, let's route it out to do this. Let's do this, let's do this, let's do that. That way I'm not just letting it sit there and do nothing. That way it's constantly going to be producing to some degree of something. And then does that give me anything? So I actually need quartz powder in large quantities for this, because I'm doing this insane for some reason. But yeah, I think you can get that from... Nope. Nope, that's not a thing. No, not at all. Okay. What is this, lithium crystals? Okay. Well, we've solved that problem. I don't see any quartz in there, because quartz only is on the moon. Let's go ahead and make a portal. Portal 2. How do I flame this? How do I light this? But those still has the lighter. Probably does. Probably does. Need a flamethrower for this. Where is my fire source? I could literally just eat a napalm, right? This will set everything. No. Okay, I mean it might work because I might survive, but I don't want to set everything on fire and find out how that works. Oh, there we go. That would have probably been like the most speedrun idea of all time, is to use a napalm, canned napalm to do it. Speedrun idea right there. Go vein miner 7 and auto shredder. Holy shit. This can do vein miner 7? I guess auto shredder isn't that bad. Vein miner 7, auto shredder. Time to find some quartz nearby. If you're not looking, you could fall into a hole and suffer the consequences for doing that. It's a heinous crime. I think this would be where a jetpack would really come in handy, honestly. Like, what am I going to get from centrifuging this? Barely any more than I would get from just auto-shredding it with my drill. Still costs energy, though. Okay, just gotta survive a couple jumps, and then maybe I will find some more of the infamous quartz blocks, because they are very hard to find right now. On this side's got a lot of them. Okay, then I have enough. So I can then just go ahead and run all of that good stuff straight to the next setup. Hopefully survive the fall without falling into lava. Okay. This is the worst nether spawn of all time. Certified terrible nether spawn point. It's really terrible. But we need to go over to find out what we're doing with this. Just looking around, I see that I've got to put this inside of my machinery again, so I can continue making thermoelectric elements. Just keep making them. Keep making them forever. There might even be some in here. What is it, this one? Alright, we're just gonna wait. It's done. We'll have plenty of what we're looking for. I'm actually gonna head over and start working on more of the stuff past that. So obviously after it gets finished inside of the RTG, then we go to mixing it. And it just takes chlorine to mix it with. And so it should just be outputted through one side, mix with chlorine here, and then it's done. That's all we need to do. That's all we need to do to make that happen. And I don't have any mixers, but I'm sure there's like one or two that's just lying around doing nothing at this point. Head over to the old setup and grab one. Or the newer setup, the vacuum oil setup. Which is absolutely terrible. Because what I'm teaching you all is how to get vacuum oil from literally regular oil. Like, I liked this setup doing it. It was cool, but yeah, it's not really useful. This is going to be way more useful, because I need chlorine gas anyway. We're going to grab that and both of these. Apparently you can stack them. Ah, nice. Good. What is this? Oh, it's chlorine gas? Okay, I don't even know what's in these barrels. I'm just mining them. And I think by this point my thermoelectric elements are going to be done, so once we're done placing this in, we'll go check on those. So this is going to go here. It's going to be set to solvent. And if we look, there's HP solvent right there. Put it in. It's chlorine gas on that. So then I have to set up my chlorine gas somewhere. Probably here on the inside. I hope that's where I'm going to put it. So chlorine gas. Is there chlorine gas already in there? Yep, there is. And that's going to be set to outputting. So boom, it's already outputting and it's refilling pretty fast because I got 2 chlorine pinwheels. And then we can go over and check out the setup in here at 20. Ah, nice. Cool. And we're out of these, which means I'm just gonna run with what we have for the production of RTGs for now. We don't really need that much more of that stuff, which we do need to make copper plates for these now that I'm realizing it. And we also need to make steel shells. It's not a problem. Copper plates, steel shells. Okay. The shells are easy. I can literally just walk over here and print out a few more shells. Should be absolutely the most easiest thing. Eight shells. If I look inside of the boxes. 12 more shells right there. Perfect. And then copper plates. Do we have those already? We should reasonably have some. We also probably have rubber in one of these. Somebody was making latex, which is probably us, though. Probably us, though. Yep. Probably him. What is this? Steel? Okay. Let me go ahead and put in 3 industrial grade copper so I can make 3 industrial grade copper plates out of this. Or a lot more than 3. Cast plates. Yeah, it's just casting out the rest of those. Cool. 3 ingots left. Okay, so my stuff will be on the way soon. Just gotta find rubber. If you need cadmium, it's going to be inside of the assembly machine I'm using. And, yeah, that's just the summary. Of where that's gonna be. The Great Oil Revampification. Okay, so then we have Reform It. And we also are going to have Reformant gas being produced there, but the Reformant gas is basically useless. Once it clogs up, it's done making HP solvent, which is its only purpose. The 484 cast plates we need. I mean, it gets worse. It gets worse. Actually, we don't even need the Leviathan turbines anymore. The only thing you need those for is the RBMK if you build a huge enough one. Alright, 6 copper plates. I need to weld these up. I need to find rubber, which that needs to be in a crate. I think it's in one of these. For the boilers, we need them. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because there is a boiler, that is true. Wait, it's just cast. Why am I welding? God dang it. My brain is shutting off rapidly. Okay, well I at least can make more combination ovens later. That only made 1. that's okay. I didn't need many. We need to make Fallout for Cobalt 60. Or just make Cobalt 60. That'd be pretty useful right about now. Actually, I might be able to get some of that. Could definitely get it from sorbitic acid, but we don't have that yet. I do know we can get that. Okay, and this is still the same as it was. Yes, nice. This is the ancient method of this. Radium-226 RTG pellets are very bad. However, I was running actinium-227s, which is like the perfect balance of time and actual output. And to get actinium-227, you just need a... I think you could just make that from Fallout or in the cyclotron. It's copper and cesium, which you could get from Fallout, I remember. Who knows? What about the little piles of it? Oh, actinium-227 fragments. Where the heck do I get this stuff? Is there an easy way to get it without doing all that extra hassle of... Extra hassle, yep. It looks like I need astatine for that. Cobalt-60 might be cheaper, though. Of course, I might want the actinium. And if I run it with... Yeah, I know about the gold 198 too, by the way. But if I run it with that, maybe berkelium could be good. Americium. Or yeah, americium's in there too. Cobalt-60. Do we have americium? We might have some. I don't know what americium would get you. But those ones are going to burn out for a little bit. But the Cobalt-60 is not bad. Cobalt-60 and Strontium-90 are about the same HE output. Which probably means that the heating is probably going to be the same. It doesn't matter. So next up, we have reformate and aromatic hydrocarbons, which are also processed into chemistry. Reformate is used in the production of one thing in particular. Okay, so yeah, we don't have it yet. Oh. That's reformate gas. I need reformate to BTX, which gives me... That's reformate to the other thing, hold on. Reformate to BTX gives me something. Where is the actual... Because this is giving me BTX. Okay, yeah, it's giving me BTX. So I need to find out what I do with BTX then. I'll leave, for now I'll just leave the things empty. Because I don't actually know what I need to get yet. I mean, I could definitely make actinium. I want to do actinium because it's what I run in that one world. So it lasts a long time. And if you want to do gold 198, you just swap it out. Swap out a couple of them. So then we run BTX goes to the next process to make hard plastic. Fullerite is also what it's used in, so I suppose we'd make a tank for BTX. And then we could have multiple outputs for it if need be. If it gets too full, how can we take BTX a step further? Like, what can we do with it? Literally crack it down. So if it ever gets too full, crack the BTX. That's the idea. Which will be done on one side of the tank. So let's tear out all of this nonsense that we don't need. Hey, the moon doesn't have lights on it anymore. That's weird. But anyway, maybe it was reflecting Earth's lights back at us. That'd be weird. I suppose it could happen. Get out of here, drone. Nobody likes drones, bro. Get the heck out of here. Get the heck out of here, drone. Okay. Just gonna install the stone bricks of glory and stuff, but this will be a steel tank that will allow me to store the stuff that comes out of that. Then we can use a comparator from that steel tank to determine when it needs to maneuver that stuff into the next thing. We should have a steel tank over here that I can cannibalize for the new setup. This one. It says reformate gas, Don't mind that at all because I hate reformant gas. It can go away. Okay, guys? Well, you know what? I'm gonna actually make this into HP solvent right now. Gonna hook this thing up, make it into HP solvent to get rid of it. Dump it. Dump it. Yes, that's exactly what needs to happen. There we go. Now we're back down to 6,000 in there. Put a battery in this thing. Boom. Cooking. Technically, I could solar power the entire setup if I wanted to. I have enough solar panels I could do that. But now we're gonna set this thing to become BTX. Benzene, toluene, xylene is BTX. Set it to BTX. It will now be input and output. So green mode. BTX in, BTX out. Easy peasy. Right? Aromatic hydrocarbons, also easy peasy. The aromatic hydrocarbons are going to go over that thing. We'll figure that out in a second. But we need to remember that that's there. This will be a BTX output pipe. But it's going to be cut off by a valve right here. Or somewhere in this area. That's going to determine whether it can go to the next place. What, the rain? Yeah, that's, yeah, how long has it been raining for, even? Has it been raining the entire stream so far? This is insane. Insanity right here. So I need to set up a valve. Fluid valve output. We're gonna take this, and we're gonna put it right here. This will be the next radiolysis machine we need. It like just stopped and started again after like 10 minutes. Okay, so then we need to run it into the radiolysis machine to produce some other stuff. Yes, like this, and bricks. I guess this one's the one that gets cut and replaced with a fluid valve. That's going to be off by default. The other one's going to be on. Well, technically it doesn't need to switch, because once it's overflowing, it's going to just keep doing it anyway. So, they'll just turn this one on. Then I need to grab some more stone bricks, because everything I'm doing is going to be in stone bricks, so it all looks the same and doesn't look like a mess. Cool. That's done. Put in some dirt to fill in the holes. Yeah. Too many holes here. That's gonna actually be the stone bricks as well, because then I have to have a comparator that's gonna take an output from this. Not a super far output, but it's gonna just take a output and put it right here. Hopefully we have enough outsides on this to use the energy in it. We'll go ahead and build this a little bit raised up, so that way it's got plenty of space to actually run that. This comparator signal doesn't need to be super strong. We don't need to store a whole lot of BTX. We just need to know when it's overflowing, kind of. So if it ever gets too high, we'll automatically switch over and work on the production of whatever other stuff it could do. That means it doesn't necessarily have to be blocked. It just needs to be producing too much to keep up. So then it goes, well, okay, I have too much to keep up. I'm just going to go ahead and switch over to the next processing method. And then it will go back, and then it'll be like, oh, okay, I can still keep up with this. But that doesn't make much sense. That probably won't actually be that useful, because it just means that if it's producing too much, it'll just switch over anyway. Which is not what we want, necessarily. But, it could work. Could work. So then I have my BTX here. That's going to be the radiolysis method of getting rid of it. Because when you do that, you crack it down into aromatic hydrocarbons and petroleum gas again. So we'll have to deal with those there. And then, of course, we're dealing with... Oh, this one doesn't even do anything. It's not even set. Reform it. Set it to reform it. And then all of these have to produce power, including the one over here. This lightning storm is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. So then also, in addition to that, I need to build a thingy. I need to build a thingy for it. Let me think. RTG. Radiolysis machine. It's just me. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Whenever I brought back Moho's weather with me. Because I remember it was kind of fiery and lightning-y there. Kind of. I don't remember exactly. So if I run over to the end over here, we will install this. No. Right here. No. I hate these things. They don't place like anything else. Because they're so old. This is a second RTG for BTX. Benzene, toluene, xylene. Which is going to go right in there. To give us petroleum gas and aromatic hydrocarbons. So it's only 2 outputs. Perfect. This guy is giving us unsaturated hydrocarbons and reformant gas. Cool. We already know where one of those is going, and then we have our 2 power generating machines. Let's go ahead and get those hooked up on a grid. So our very, very nice grid is going to be amazing. Maybe I brought back the weather from Moho. Or maybe it's that we don't have the oil set up anymore. Because I'm tearing it down. I think I'll go over this. And on the other side I'll install the cable. We're going to switch around to my other tab. And I should have cables somewhere that are regular cable. Ah, yes, the cuboid cables, cubanium. Cubanium tetrachloride, right there. Might even be a real thing, I don't know. And this can connect. And if my oil setup does become self-sufficient, which is the goal, then we will have an amazing way to continue to produce oil for an eternity. So if I look here, I have my chlorine gas, reformant gas, got my BTX, then I have aromatic hydrocarbons, unsaturated hydrocarbons, and petroleum gas. Then we also need to look at the way we destroy or deal with the other thing. So the other thing we gotta deal with is heavy oil, which is not that hard. In fact, it's relatively easy. Relatively simple as well. We also need to connect naphtha to this line here. So that's our naphtha pipeline. This needs more ports. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we need more ports on the bottom of our cracking towers, or machines. The oil machines in general don't have enough ports for me. If you're gonna have that many on the chem plant, give me more on this thing too. I feel like that's how it should be. Let's see. So this is gonna need energy, which it's already getting. A cable for that. Yep, it already has that. That lightning strike was right next to me. This is insane. This is insane right here. Silk touch. I'm just gonna mine some stone. Because I do need stone for bricks. Alright, so we need to make another one of these. Because the pipe's going to go out this way into the first step of heavy oil processing, which is going to be over here somewhere. Yeah, that will work if I put it there. Actually, give it like 2 blocks of space there, so I have a little bit of room so I can maneuver a pipe through there. Like this. Kinda doesn't work, but hey, just give it a second. Just scoot it down a little bit more there. Yeah. There we go. Then we connect our fractioning tower. Which I need to find. I also need to put in, it's already got one. Okay, good. So it just needs energy from RTGs. RTG pellets, and then we also need to put in a fractioning thingy. What am I looking for? What is my brain going for? What is my brain searching for right now? Yes, this. Cool. And then we're gonna look at what this even requires. What processing requirements do I have for my heavy oil, which also produces bitumen. That's another RTG machine. This is just one way of me demonstrating how many RTG machines I need to build a setup like this. Because I built this exact same setup before. So then, also, heavy oil. Need that too. Where did I put my fluid ID at, though? Somewhere around here. Somewhere around here, my fluid ID is just hiding in a box. Or it's in there. Oh, yep, look at that. Almost as if I knew where it was at, because that seems like a logical place for me to put it. So we're going to look at heavy oil, which is not in there, because it's heavy. It's special oil. Okay, there we go. Heavy oil. It's processed to bitumen and industrial oil. If we wanted to do things properly, we could do it the way HBM intended. Or we could just say, suck it, you stupid nerd loser, go make better mods. And so what we're gonna do is put in some stone slabs. Because this is what HBM does not intend for us to do. Except, it doesn't matter, because it's literally the same thing as putting in a separator. Now that's gonna be for me separating out my different materials, aka industrial oil, which needs to be figured out how it's going to go in there. So industrial oil actually has 2 different methods of processing. You crack it, or you can fraction it. Now, there's advantages to each of those. For example, fractioning used to be a way of getting more ionized particles, because you get these from a, yes, literally taking chlorinated petroleum wax to do it. However, I think we are going to... do we want to do this or no? I don't know. Because later down on the road, this is literally going to be the way we probably get majority of ionized particles from that point forward. Right? That's going to save us a lot of energy and stuff. So I need to include both methods of production. For including A, engine lubricant to the wax production, and B, including the other method. So this kind of makes it like I need to decide, and yeah, I'm gonna have to decide what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do both. So we're gonna have to include both methods of making it. So industrial oil, which I hate that because then I need more machinery. But industrial oil cracks down to naphtha, petroleum gas, and that. But also, its first goal should be to make, the first goal will be to turn it to reclaim, or no, not what am I saying? Turn it into the wax, because that stuff is valuable. And of course, I'm going to need more RTGs. I'm going to need 2 of these, because there's more. I don't remember where the other one goes. Actually, this one goes over by the... No, I already installed that one, right? So I guess, yeah, we just need another RTG. We're going to put this in. So it's going to take out industrial oil, and we're going to, for industrial oil, we need to do a processing method with that. We need to say, okay, we have this much industrial oil, so we're going to need a barrel for that, which we probably have. If we have this much industrial oil, then switch this method on, and it will just run this method. So it will just run out this side, and it will fraction that for the other thing. Now, with another product is going to be, in this method, you produce, if I switch this over to industrial oil, you'll see that you actually produce engine lubricant, right? Or heating oil. And heating oil is kind of one of those substances where it's pretty valuable. Because you can put it into this guy by making it into naphtha. So, like, naphtha becomes now our biggest resource. That's a lot of information now. So naphtha is going to become super valuable, super important, and yes, we need more. Give me more of it. But at the same time, we need to get rid of engine lubricant, and if we can't do that, then we also need this other method. And that's the reason I'm setting up two methods, is because it swaps between the two. So the idea is if you're producing one thing, then you go, oh, hey, I need to produce this other thing. Boom. It can do that on its own. So that way you don't have to worry about when it gets clogged, because it just automatically knows, hey, my machinery is clogged. Let's go ahead and swap over to this other method of disposal so we can keep up and running. That is, that's what we were doing before almost, except in a very poor manner of doing it. And also remember, we need to, with light oil, we're going to need to do this exact same thing, because there's dash and kerosene production, which both need to happen. So that means that, essentially, we're just going to have to keep building in these logical systems to keep the machine running. Now, we're going to set up a barrel. If I can find a barrel that's not being used anywhere. Like this one. Gonna take this, we're gonna put that at the bottom of our fraction towers. This way, we're set to green. We're gonna set it to reclaim, or industrial oil, which is what this is set to. Industrial oil. Now we need to get bitumen out of this thing. There's a way we can do that, just right over here. Take bitumen, we're gonna move that over to a fractioning area. So this one, we're gonna just pipe under the ground, underneath our heavy oil piping. Boom. I'm gonna move this, and then set it up under here, because that's gonna be light oil is gonna flow right into here. And then of course the final product we have to deal with is petroleum gas, but you all know what I'm gonna be doing with that. Literally nothing. Literally it just gets processed, okay? It's just disposed of. Easy work, okay, you know. You know, super easy. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Boom. Radiolysis machine can go here, but we also need one for over here, I think. Well, maybe not. Wait a second. I don't remember. But we need to go this way. Because this way, we need to take out an energy redstone signal from this, run it a couple blocks, and then be like, oh, hey, I have this much. Let's go ahead and figure out what we're doing with it. And then it disposes of it, and then it's like magic. Boom. So this is going to be a duct. We're going to put in some of this stuff just to fill in the hole. Where there is holes. And then we're going to set up these. Comparator. Runs that to there. Puts in the signal. Boom. That will turn on whenever it needs to turn on. Now, if I run this up to here, okay, that's going to be my Heavy oil, industrial oil. So it looks like that's gonna take heating. Is it gonna take heating oil? This is industrial oil. Industrial oil out. Yes, it's gonna be industrial oil in all of them. This guy needs to be green, and he is green. So now he's processing all of that out. Then my bitumen goes out the bottom. Boom. Ready for our fractioning into regular oil again. Or we can do the other method. So if it has too much of this, then it will turn on this side. So we also need another redstone system here that determines if it has too much bitumen. This is getting out of hand incredibly fast. Really, truly is. Because there's just so much setups here. So much calculations to do. But here's going to be bitumen, so if it ever fills up this barrel, which it shouldn't, but if it does, then it's going to go, hey, we have too much bitumen. What? That's got to be oil. Hey, we have too much oil, send it somewhere else. That's pretty much what this does. So it's pretty much denies it from go. If this clogs, then it knows we need to start running a alternative solution. Because then it can just keep running. Which the alternative is just to make it into the other stuff. Now, if it clogs because of petroleum gas, that's going to be a completely different thing. If it's clogged there, it's going to cause very big issues. Because all the petroleum gas we're going to produce is going to actually exceed the amount of other things. So we need to be ready that that's going to need extra care. Because yes, it will eventually shut down if I don't put in every single thing with a alternative routing system. It's going to be an issue then. But everything needs to have an alternative pathway to that end point. Because that end point is the necessary thing to keep it moving. For 25. Set this up. Alright, I just need to get another radiolysis machine. That's gonna get old. Literally every single time. This radiolysis machine could technically go here, I suppose. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. We still need space for light oil processing. That's gonna go farther into the plant probably. So this radiolysis machine is going to handle the industrial oil, which we'll have to check its products in a second. Industrial oil. INS, industrial oil. Yep, cool. Industrial oil gives you naphtha and petroleum gas. Oh no. What am I going to do with all of that? Well, I'm going to take a pipe and put it through here. Boom. We also need that second reformer for the heating oil. Any heating oil that gets made is going to go into the reformer, become naphtha. Because I hate heating oil about as much as I hate reformant gas, except a little bit less. So, still about the same, but it's just slightly better, in my opinion. Slightly. Not fully better, but slightly better. This is going to be for heating oil. Nope. Heating oil. Yep, that's heating oil. Cool, and that takes this. Heating oil becomes naphtha, petroleum gas, and liquid hydrogen. And of course, where does that heating oil go? It's going to go on a pipe, or on some stone bricks right here. First, for the foundation of everything. Gonna go around, go right over there. Super easy. So once we have everything up and running almost, this will be good. Okay. So my heating oil pipe becomes naphtha, runs to there. So my naphtha can go into here. That makes everything a lot simple. Because now I don't have to do anything except for let naphtha let heating oil become naphtha if this clogs. Which means we still need to set up endpoints for those things like engine lubricant, but heating oil now is just really simple. I just take a pipe down from there and put it into here. And it's a good thing all of our, like, this is kind of making, like, a nice shape for this. Because that'll make the cables really easy to put in. I can start filling in this. So that way I don't have problems with it later. Go, oh my gosh, I'm just gonna leave it. It's gonna be an issue. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do if I don't fill it in now. Slowly but surely, we're making huge progress on this thing. We need... So I need one more RTG for this. And then we'll see how the next steps go. Obviously, there's not much processing to do with light oil. It's just kind of worrisome, but we'll see that in a second. We'll figure out the other oil output for this, or well, the other method of bitumen. Well, because bitumen kind of is a thing that it has a potential to overflow. And if it does so, it's clogged the main entry for oil, which is bad. So if it does that, what we're going to do is take it to a tank. And that tank is going to be able to constantly produce stuff from it. Yeah. See, it's going to just go into a tank. Going to make more of this stuff. I'll figure that out in a second, how I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to run a... Yeah, it's just going to go around. Cable will be like, oh, hey, we have too much bitumen. Bitumen out. Then that's that, I think. So if it has too much of that substance, it will just switch over to bitumen. Bitumen to other thing production. Switch over, and then it goes to a tank. Cool. Let me clean up the bottom since it's got exposed dirt and stuff under it, which is not going to look good, but the foundation will. It's going to take me 10 blocks to make it look good. 10 bricks. Okay, and that should make it invisible, so that way you can't even see the dirt if you were to try squinting. So basically, I've just lied. Oh, never mind. Everybody, by making this. Except I didn't, because you can still see the dirt under there. Which is not what I wanted. So... And I'm not mining for ore, I'm just mining for stone, as always, because I should definitely just carry around a box of stone bricks. Okay, there we go. That's good. Good enough. And we just need to get a... This is not how that's supposed to be. What? Oh, wait, no, that's how it's supposed to be. That's cool. Because then it will run, it will do that, it will send off into there, and then when it clogs, oh no, we have too much oil, send it out here. Then it goes does this stuff. And then we can figure out how to set up one of these in a second. Then we have a way of making bitumen into whatchamacallit, into asphalt, which is kind of useful for building roads, which is something I do, so that's not a bad way of disposing of it. You could also run it to tar if you wanted to. And then run a tar to oil process or tar to coke process. Or you could just run it to the other method, which is to say, hey, let's just take this and put it into a what is it called? A coker unit. That's the one I don't recommend because the coker unit is absolutely terrible for byproducts. So then all I'm gonna need to do next is get a couple RTGs installed and I can move on. Yeah, that'll be good. Am I missing anything here? I think I need to set this thing. I gotta set that color to the heating. Did I just change this thing? Okay, it's still heating oil. Okay, set it to heating oil. Heating oil. Right there. Perfect. Heating oil out. Check these guys just to be sure. It's not heating oil is going into there. So let's run over and grab another RTG. Or make one. And how much does this need as far as the cost goes? 8 rubber bars and 8 thermoelectric elements. Okay, I almost have it. I just need rubber bars then. Which it's kind of disappointing that I don't have the setup up and running. Because now I don't have rubber bars. Oops. I think I got tons on the moon. Of course I do. Maybe I got a few in here. I'm really hoping. I have latex. But that's not rubber. That's I can't mix and match. HBM says you ain't mixing and matching today, son. Ah. Switch the recipe to something else that requires rubber. I think rubber's always super. That's probably gonna. Let's try that one. Let's try that one. Nope. We need something that has it super late down in there. But I think all of the HBM recipes put rubber alphabetically, so it's never gonna. Unless we find something else that has a lot of stuff in it, like one of these. Any of these need rubber? No, they all need like super advanced stuff. No rubber. No rubber in sight. This is an absolute crisis. Okay. The rubber shortage is absolutely bad, but it's okay. We just need to turn on everything and I can start production again. So if I find... I might actually have more of it somewhere. That does zinc. It should... I don't actually know. Zinc. Do you... fragments or... There's zinc bedrock ore. There's also the zinc bedrock fragments, which come from Ike, Drez, Duna, Tecto, the Mun, Drez. So the Mun, that's gonna give us literally just washed, treated with sulfuric acid. Can be processed through a centrifuge for that. We have Drez. Earth gives you 3. That is washed, treated with high performance solvent and centrifuge. I mean, the thing is that we do produce high performance solvent now. But that is really bad compared to like Tecto or the Mun. I do have tons of zinc right now. I will be able to set up the rubber so I can get more rubber. Let's see. Okay, do I need to... I do need to do rubber right now. Like, I actually need to produce more rubber. Well, one thing I could use is some kind of RTG pellets. Probably not gold 198, but, I need to get those done too. BTX. What is this? Industrial oil. Where's the one that has unsaturated hydrocarbons? I think it's this one. This one's by default. I need to supply energy so we can take the naphtha and do stuff with that. And then we need to have a chem plant like over here that's gonna handle my rubber production. Since this is literally the first place I'm getting unsaturated hydrocarbons, we are just going to produce rubber right over here. Set it to rubber. Is there a... There's probably like not... Oh, there is two methods. Vinyl chloride and unsaturated hydrocarbons. It is a thing, technically. It just gives you one. Or you could use sulfur and zinc. So I'm going to use my universal fluid ducts to pull out that. I can just run that past these. That's fine. Unsaturated hydrocarbons go in. And out comes glorious rubber. Because of the rubber shortage, I am absolutely dumbfounded how we've gotten so low. It probably had to involve dust, though. Yeah, it was probably him. Probably threw it away or something. Probably threw it away to make latex. Look, I don't hate him. He is helpful, but also changed all my bricks to look weird. And made the floor weird. Anyway, back to it. Yes. We need a... zinc. Zinc is in the box over here. Yeah, that one. Zinc. And then I need to make RTG pellets. Shred that. I mean, I think it'd be easier if we just actually process zinc properly instead of what I do now, what I usually do. I wonder if there's rubber in these boxes. Nope. This is where I can make the RTG fuel. Now, there is a thing called astatine, which I should have. I actually know I have it over this way. That's going to be a very important way to get to your wonderful RTG. To make it louder because you can't hear me? I've got it. Let me see. Hold on. This thing's quiet for some reason. That doesn't make sense. Is this good? Wait, that might actually just be panning. What if that's just panning, right? That's panning. Okay, that's not better. Huh. I could just take down the application audio capture. I don't even... Is it even capturing audio from the game? That's a good question. Okay, which one is it? This one? Properties. Okay, it needs to be set to this. Then it needs to be set back. Okay. And I should have, every time I run... If I break this block... Ah, there we go, it makes sound. But it's too loud, so I need to reduce that down. Okay, cool. And then, of course, my voice is at max volume, which is, oh, it's just a little bit lower than max, but I can't get it any higher. Unfortunately, I think this is as high as it goes. I mean, I unless I had some kind of amplifier thing, but I don't have that, and I'm in green right now apparently. Properties. I can move closer. Wait. Yeah, I think it's good now. It's at red, so it's going at red. It's good. Okay, perfect. Cool. Thank you. That's all I need to know. Now I will go back to doing what I was doing. Holy crap! The moon is a planet with lights on it. Like, look at that. This guy's cities on there, bro. There's cities on the moon. This is weird. What the heck? James 2H, is that actually cities on the moon? Because I was up there for so long. Because it's so industrial now, it's got cities on it, guys. Like, I'm genuinely curious if that's the meaning of that. Because if it is, it's pretty cool that he's included something like that. But we do need to produce kerosene. That should be probably one of the main things that we focus on with our light oil. And then also dash. So if dash is the least likely to be producing constantly, and so if we need dash, then it needs to just say, hey, stop making this and start making that. That's what it needs to do. What we need to do with this, we have sulfur and zinc. Zinc is on the way. So then I just need to turn it on with RTGs. Astatine from this place. That's what I was going to grab. Which we should have astatine. I actually don't know. If we look. There we go. A little bit there. A little bit there. I don't see any more in there. There's some here too. Not a lot of astatine. But this is enough to get us a start for some RTG pellets. Which RTG pellets take iron plates and like billets of this stuff. So all I have to do is smelt this, no, not this stuff. Put this into the thingies and slap some stuff on it. So like this cyclotron with that, okay, well, cyclotron, polonium-210, blah, 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 gives you stuff like that. Magical stuff, right? Yeah, good. But astatine, what is it used? What is it good for? This. Slap it with carbon. Did you see the new FENSU and batteries? Yes. Okay, if everybody keeps asking, then we're gonna have to update. We're gonna have to update it. But yes, I have seen the new ones. I'm not a big fan of them right now, honestly. I feel like it's kind of a new energy overhaul. I'm waiting for the bigger update. Because I want to see what they do with cables next or whatever. Whatever they do next, I want to see that. That's what I'm going to wait for. That's the big reason we're holding off on updating and stuff. It's because we unsure about it. But it's okay. I need carbon. Do you have carbon? Are you doing carbon? If you do carbon, I can go back to working on the zinc. I'll go do that. Then what else did I need? I don't think I need anything else. But yeah, we're gonna need unfortunately, I think we're gonna need a lot of RTGs, which means not only is it very expensive as far as cadmium goes, but it's going to be very annoying because I'm gonna constantly be making more of these, which I'm really not wanting to do, but still, I have to do that. We already need like as far as RTG pellets go, we already need like 40. We already have like a need for 40 RTG pellets to power everything. I mean, when we get the fusion reactor up, that will be good too. And of course, if I wanted to keep this thing running, I suppose what I would do is I'd have that stuff moved to here. It would siphon out little bits of it. Of course, the problem is that I need to create a redstone system to actually operate that thing. And I don't think I have enough space here to do that. Unless I run a splitter off of this and then go, hey, split this out. What if we build one below the oil setup? What, if the fusion reactor goes below it? That's, I don't mind that idea, honestly. It's not bad. If you make enough space for it, then yeah, we could probably put it in enough. We could probably keep it running on gold 198. That would be an insane oil setup. let's do it. Let's do it. That's a great idea, actually. Let's just go ahead and yeah, put a fusion reactor right under it. That does give me a reason to keep this building around instead of demolishing it. Because that building could be the entrance. Alright, well I just need to make we just need to make carbon, get that done, and then we can have, hopefully it will start working, which I need to check that everything is good, and then it can start running, because it's clogged. In the meantime, I'm just gonna focus on making the next pipe, getting a size idea, like build it deep under it, like not super deep, but like deep enough that we have room to build like some kind of underground bunker thing. That'd be cool. Where's my box of assorted goods? Here it is. Now, of course, every oil setup that I've been doing lately has included smart systems that operate the whole thing, just like a smartphone, except not as dumb. Because a smartphone is just a computer. Rename smartphone. You get the same stuff in a computer, probably. Trust me, you could probably do it. DIY your computer to be Android. This is my Android computer. Actually, they do run different internal architectures. Holy crap. He's almost done. Wow. Okay, well, I need to make carbon then. I'll make the carbon. Carbon footprint. Oh, wait, the carbon's done. Oh, nice. Good. I'll head back over to TAA. Carbon's done, but where's the... Huh. Oh, did you set the thing to carbon? Okay, cool. I'll make it happen. I should have coal powder somewhere. If I don't, that's okay because I know where I can get some. It's oh wait, actually this is easier to do if I just do this. How much do I need? 36 times 8 times 36 room for it. We just need a giant room down there, like a huge facility under the ground for it. Like CERN. Let's build CERN. Let's build a Hadron Collider. LHC. Or we could build it next to it, but I think I like the idea to put it under the ground. We don't have any super huge underground structures, but of course, when we populate the surface, it looks really cool too. Of course, it's not about looking cool. It makes sense to put it underneath there. And is also neat. And it will just keep producing until it produces enough. I think I only need 48 anyway. Because I have 3 stacks of 16, which will give me 48. And then run over to here. Put them in. Yeah, I was correct. I don't know how running this thing is going to work because I actually don't remember what the setup... Oh, I didn't even make the setup. This is like setup of all time right here. But this is iodine, or no, actinium. Super radioactive substance, clearly. But I'm going to carry it anyway. How much can I carry? Probably 2,000 kilograms of it. Before I need to add on my second liquidator metal. 9. We're at 9 so far. That's pretty good. What is this pipe? Water? Where is it coming from? I just realized how jank TA looks with all the cables on the front. That's okay. 12. And we're gonna make this into a bunch of ingots. Side of this guy. If I forget where they're at, don't tell me later. Actinium. Keep making actinium for the end of our days. Then I need iron plates, and I think I got some over here. In this box, there's probably some iron plates. We need a lot of them, though. Like, I need to just make a stack of iron plates. Yeah, I can do that. Make a whole stack of them. Kaboosh. 28. That's more than a stack right there. That's 10 stacks. 6,400. Do this. Nice. Take that. Put it that way and do that. And I have a mess. Have too much in my inventory. RTG pellets go in, and the machines are cooking energy out. It's making HP solvents. It's making the unsaturated hydrocarbons, I hope. Actually, no, it isn't. Because it doesn't have enough power. To make those HP solvents, it's gonna need a lot more power than that. Probably this much power. 5? Is 5 enough? Because it has the power of this thing. That thing's not getting enough power. But it is a lot of power. I'm just saying, it seems like it might. Hey, we're out of energy in the cyclotron. That's no bueno. That's not good. PWR is on? Is Watts reactor on? Holy shit, did I just consume all the energy in like 5 steps? We might want to turn off the cyclotron. I left it running. Yeah, oh wait. Is this not connected? Power gauge. Yeah, we need a higher amount of capacitors. We're only able to output 10.13 million HE from that. Okay. I'll fix it. I can fix. Because I'm just going to cannibalize the ones from this guy. Because he's got enough that I can probably do that. They're pretty much going to be at 0. But, we do need to get Shrabbidate ones. Or something. Something better than these. Before we update it, that'd be ideal. Well, that's good because we're getting the stuff we need for that. Now it's at 40 kilo HE per second. Wait. You took the battery? Because I was gonna switch them out. It should be fine now. Okay. That's good. the actinium. It was too much power. How many more of those? I have 23, so I could put in a lot more RTGs. RTGs intended it this way. How many do I make? 2? Boom. Just make 2 at a time. I mean, the good thing is the oil isn't even powered on our setup anymore. We're not even running oil on the grid. Okay, it's processed all of the naphtha into reformant. It's outputted all of the reformant. And it's switched over to that. Because this guy... Wait. There we go. Okay, actinium's done. Cool. Then I'm making unsaturated hydrocarbons. And that's taking a while. I mean, it's going to take a while because we only have one running. And we don't have a way of producing more. So let's go ahead and grab out some more actinium. I need to, like, actually mass produce this stuff. Or, yeah, the gold 198 theory is a good idea. Like, if we have gold 198 and we have it constantly supplied to the machines, it's gonna produce so much so fast. Because that's, like, the max power you can put in. For us, at least. Boom. And I'm just gonna go around and set up the rest of them too, as I go through. Do you have any that you need? Do you have any that you need? Just walk around and just... Does this guy have any that he needs? I don't know. Actually can't even... I'm just gonna start shoving them in. Do we have fluorescent lights? I don't have any. I think I left them on the moon. The ones you gave me, I left on the moon for sure. This is not enough unsaturated hydrocarbons, or it does not have enough power. Oh, it does not have enough power. It's only gonna make 2. One. Oh, it's gonna make 4. That's perfect. Yeah, that's what I need. And then we have our production for the next method, or the next thing. So I say we put in, like, a couple actinium pellets to reduce the costs. That way it's not constantly running out of gold. Well, we also have to supply it with gold to make gold 198 too. Which is kind of concerning. Unless we have a way of doing that to keep it running. Like, keep the thing sustained. Unless we can manifest gold 198 from somewhere in quantities enough to keep it supplied, which I don't know how fast it's going to consume, considering now we're at 50 pellets needed to keep the thing sustained. They would need to be producing a lot of pellets, so we need to be thinking about logistics for gold too, if we're going to run it on gold. So either we have like 8 of them be actinium to like reduce it down, or like something like that. There we go. Then I can actually focus on the rest of the stuff. I mean, we have the asteroids and whatnot that supply for gold, right? Yeah, we do, but it's not fast by any mean. And it's kind of sporadic, so we either need to... We could up it, I suppose. Or we could do, like, import from another planet if we wanted to. And start drilling there. Like, that would be the most optimal choice, is to do bedrock drilling on another planet. I'd prefer that to the asteroid miners. Like, yeah, they work okay, but they're not fast, so we need to faster solution. Bedrock drilling is good, especially on other planets. But at the same time, we could just build more asteroid miners. I think it'd be cheaper to go to another planet and just set up the... You could just go to another planet and take the whole of the old bedrock ore processing setup with you, because then we could just have that reassembled to make more gold. But we're not at that bridge yet. We don't need to be worried about that bridge right now. It's a bridge we can burn when we get there. And then figure out logistics on all of it. So heavy oil's clogged because it's got too much bitumen. So to make bitumen go away, make it go away. That's the way I'm thinking of it now. I need to just make a bunch of these guys go over to here so they can make bitumen go away. Yup, make bitumen go away. That's like the funniest thing I think I've ever heard myself say. And I'll just build a couple of these up. Everybody keeps asking me what my thoughts are on the new battery, and let me go ahead and tell you. We're, so I don't really, I don't know. They're new, they're cool, but they're not cool enough for me to update my version to it, so I'm gonna stick with the old stuff for now. Especially since with the old stuff, I'm going to be able to, like I want to have at least all of the old batteries before we update. Just that way, when I do update, I have legacy batteries. For world history's sake and for preservation purposes. Battery preservation before HBM makes all of the Sherbidium batteries go extinct. We need to own every single battery. That we can reasonably own at this time. There's also going to be logistics for the fusion reactor too. That's going to be insane. This is going to be an absolute massive project. But at least it ties into the oil overhaul if we do it this way. That will be beneficial. Is this guy not set to bitumen? Oh my gosh. Well, that's part of the issue. If we just set it to bitumen, then it will be perfect. It will be already running. Alright, then I swap my hot bars again and set this to bitumen once more. Finally, bitumen again. Bitumen. Put it in. Machine. Run the machine. Is it producing crude oil now? Oh, it's running crude oil. Because it's now, we got to catch up on that. Yeah, that place is probably a mess down there. I'm just going to say that. Chemistry is going on. That's good. It's producing more rubber. Stuff I need. Then I also need to grab more actinium. Please don't give me cancer. Holding raw actinium in my hand. I will now make biscuits of the actinium. Billets? Why did I say biscuits of it? What is this? A tea party? This is not a good thing. We'll have to do something about that. Yeah, I'm clearing out this large room that's a bit deep and it still fell. Yeah, like I said, this place is probably a mess because I had something to do with it. I definitely filled in more holes with, like, dead dirt or something. It's like, it's gonna be like mining under a desert, probably. But that's okay, because we're gonna make it happen. It's a great idea. I actually like that idea, to put the thing underneath of this thing. I mean, we don't even need the power for it. We just need the potential to make an unlimited supply and consume that supply of gold 198. I don't know what that gets us, but it gets us something. I think it's mercury, actually. One, two. Now I'm producing aromatic hydrocarbons. What is this guy doing? Is he doing anything new? New. Wait, he should be doing something. Okay, he's just waiting until he hits the maximum capacity. Ah, he doesn't even have the thing on him. So that's why he's not doing anything. Okay, cool. Oh, it has a fluid slot. I don't even know if I need the... I don't need the breeder slot. Because we... Well, actually, does it do different... What recipes does it do? Do we know what recipes it does? It'd be good information to have, because then I could be like, oh, well, it does do this recipe. Every time I look up at the sky and see, like, all of the stuff that's going on right there, that's weird. Because I can see, like, the lights on the moon and stuff. And then I see every other planet there. Can't check because we have any, because I don't have any eye. Okay, I'll check it. Breeder. I can't check the recipes on it either. It doesn't let me check the recipes. Okay, well, that's interesting. We might check that out at some point. What do I need to do next? I guess rubber next, I suppose. Aromatic hydrocarbons. Just do it a little bit farther away, just to make a little bit of space there. Maybe we could use it. We could potentially use it. I don't know. I don't actually know necessarily what it is used in, but at the same time, we could probably find some purposes for it. Put that there. No, wait, I don't mind. No, it needs to be the same. Like that. Yeah, nice. Then we're gonna need to take any petroleum gas and put it in the same pipe. I know these guys both have petroleum gas. He also needs energy. So let's go ahead and get a cable there. I don't like the whole floating cable thing, so we're gonna avoid that. Cool. Now, if the Silex works, I know another way we can get plenty of RTG pellets. Hey, I found a ravine the hard way. There might be one under there. I don't know. I mean, sounds like there definitely is one under there if you found one. This is gonna be aromatic hydrocarbons. Okay, cool. So yeah, we need those both to go to the same place. Anywhere else is there petroleum gas being produced? Here? That's aromatic hydrocarbons. Okay, cool. I need that too. This guy? Yes. Yes. And he already has an output for naphtha, right? Because he can just output naphtha that way. Ooh, no. This is bad, actually. He needs to go through the ground and into the naphtha pipe with his stuff. Do you know the best Y level for Colton? No, I don't. I actually don't know that information. Like, usually when I just go with Silk Touch and mine every level. Because it generates pretty high up. So, I couldn't tell you, even if I did know. I have no clue. because it doesn't really have a level. It just kind of exists. Although the best way to get it is to just drill it. If you can drill it, which I don't know if you can do in the newer versions, but you used to be able to just find deposits of it that you could just drill. You might still be able to do that. So I'd just take a scanner and do that. I mine at every level. Like, when I mine, I just go and I mine. Either in a cave. Like, I don't really care to find diamonds, so I'm not mining at 12. If I'm gonna mine deep, I'm gonna mine at 0. That gets you everything. 0 is good. That's like where I flat mine. You can find a lot of deposits there. The other method is to get yourself an eye. So if I press like V, I have one of these on, so I can actually see metals and stuff. What does that say? It says bedrock ore. Yeah, I can just see bedrock ore deposits and like an oil deposit out that way. Just mine. The way you find more is the mine. But I don't know how to really actually find more because I don't like what level. I don't know that information. I don't know where that's at. If I knew how to read the code, I could probably do it, but I actually don't either. Because I know how to poke around in HBM's files, but I don't know how to read his code. Alright, that should be good. So that's got naphtha running out of that, and then we can have the aromatic hydrocarbons run out this way. Then I just need to figure out how to get all the... Well, that's petroleum gas, isn't it? Indeed. Okay. So then petroleum gas needs to go down, at least a block down. If not 2. So that's going to be my petroleum gas pipeline. That's going to have to go a couple more 1,000 kilometers, probably. Yep, a couple more 1,000. Then we need a petroleum gas pipe from there. And also probably a hydrogen pipe at some point. I might have hydrogen go up and petroleum be down. Or maybe it will just run underneath the petroleum pipe since everything is going to be... Oh, wait a second. I might produce enough hydrogen that it is useful. That's actually not bad. This might be a mutually a mutual thing. You could technically use oil in tandem with your setup. If you can find a way to make hydrogen a useful fuel to run, I don't know. Okay, I did not find where I'm supposed to put the whole... Ah, here. Wait. That's not how it's supposed to go. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be there. Okay, cool. Then I also need one for the refinery itself. Oh, that's also great, because then I can just be like, well, I've already got a pipe right here. Let's put them in. Then if I go like a couple blocks past it, it should be like right around here. Got my entry point there. There we go. That gives me my super annoying problem that I was going to have to solve later of petroleum gas out of the way. So then I just got to figure out how to connect another pipe or connect to here. Whoa, what the heck? Oh, I was freaking out for a second. I was like, what the heck is this sound? Oh, that was bad. Oops. Probably should not have done that one. But hey, at least I know where it's gonna go at. There we go. That controls that system. Hopefully I didn't break that, but that's good. And then I can just install the rest of this. Oh, crap. I need more of my assorted goods pipes for my PET gas, which is going to run all the way to the end and into the machine. Then I need aromatic hydrocarbons, which are going to go next. PET gas, aka PET. PET gas goes in there. And this will be for aromatic hydrocarbons to bake light. Next up is aromatic hydrocarbons. If I go to the next setup. You also produce... God dang it. Why didn't you say something sooner? This guy produces aromatic, petroleum gas too. Absolutely annoying. Cool. Then I can just do this. And it should connect. That will make it a little bit more difficult to do the aromatic hydrocarbons piping, because, I mean, it's going to be a pain anyway. Where is that? PET gas? Petroleum gas. And then also we need to produce perfluoromethyl. That can happen here too. Okay, there we go. So I've gotten all of that stuff figured out now. As far as how to connect all of that whole fiasco, whole mess is now no longer a mess or a problem. Yeah, they're all connected. So now I just need to get the aromatic hydrocarbons moved, which are the next absolute nightmare to move, because I have to move this, or from this thing. It's already got one output here, and this one is my light oil pipeline, so I need to extend this out so we can start working on that too, which we're gonna just I think we should finish the aromatic hydrocarbons. Those are the two things that could clog and cause problems, are petroleum gas and aromatic hydrocarbons, although it's more than likely that petroleum gas outproduces the aromatic hydrocarbons, because that's what happens. It's just a lot easier to outproduce on that one. So I now have petroleum gas, but I need to find where all my aromatic hydrocarbons are. And I think it's in one of the catalytic reformers. If not, it's in a... Well, what the heck? You still got PET gas. What the heck? That is petroleum gas. Oh, it's just clogged. Okay. I'm only producing aromatic hydrocarbons at one place right now? That doesn't make sense. One of these has to be doing it. Oh. Somewhere. I did see a second one, right? Ah, that one does it. That's where we're gonna have issues with piping. And the only way to make that pipe work is gonna be to use the other ones. Because this is too much of a distance to cover. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pipe down 2 blocks. I'm going to connect it into one of the new style of pipes. We're going to figure out where this is going to go first. Okay, we can't go there. So where there's stone bricks, we cannot go. We're going to find a way around. Okay, that's going to be the petroleum gas, which we are going to need to bypass. Don't worry, I think that's easy. So now I can just jump over it, and that should make that a little bit easier. So we're going to set up our first pipe anchors. Do I have my pipe anchors on me? I should have had my pipe anchors. I don't see that. Oh, there they are. Good. Pipe anchors are going to go on this. Now we're going to switch over. Pipe anchors. Love them. Connect it to there, and then we're going to find out where it goes next. Obviously, I can just go however far I want, in whatever direction I want with this. Yeah, it's a naphtha pipeline right there. 5, 6, 7, 8. It's probably 9. Connect. I typically don't do connections with these because it doesn't look good in oil setups. But since we're going through the ground, I'm going to go ahead and say that this will probably be more than suitable to the task. Nope. There we go. Then I need to find out how to get down there so I can connect it. I don't know if that erased my data. There we go. Set that to... Oh, wait. Cancel that. We might be able to pipe into it first. Shit. This is great. Fell into a hole. Hope I fall and I can't get up. Was that the hole I fell into? I think that was. That was my hole. Or was it? Am I just lost in the sauce? Okay. Need to dig down a block, not fall back into the hole. Okay, so that's where it goes. Oh, there's a makeshift. Okay. No, I broke the cable. That's fine. It's not really storing much anyway. Okay, then I can just keep running this same piping anchor system. Cool. Dig down. Cool, connect that. And then that connects perfect. Then I set all the other pipes. There we go. It's all running. Nice. And it is producing its first bakelite. Successful. Mission success. Bakelite production is a guess? No. Stop rhyming. Rhymes are crimes. Aromatic hydrocarbons. Wait a second. This guy produces them too. God dang it. Well, I knew they were produced somewhere. I just didn't know where. There we go. Nice. Aromatic hydrocarbons will endlessly be turned into bakelite. Until they can't no more because there's not enough petroleum gas to keep up. Let's go ahead and see what's going on. This just makes it into that. So literally, that's the end point. Then where's my other endpoints at? Got a lot of petroleum gas production, and it's produced in the initial step anyway. And I'm looking around. Crude oil is clogged, which is bad. Very, 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 very bad. Okay. The second crude oil is clogged. Everything is going wrong. It's not okay. But that's okay. Because it's not actually clogged. It's just that see right now, it wants to do what it wants to do. What do I mean? It's got too much heavy oil, which is caused by a lack of methods of disposing of heavy oil. Where's my box at? Here it is. Grab this stuff out. I'm gonna go ahead and set up this thing. Connect it. 1 million HE is not being stored in that. But then my industrial oil is gone, and I have a method of producing naphtha. So I think we're done with everything that isn't light oil. Light oil is going to be like one of those weird things, because it's going to be kind of complex, honestly. Because as far as it's going to get processed, there's a lot we can do with it. And so we need to be thinking about that. That's kind of where I'm gonna be thinking. We need to make both kerosene and the other thing. Now, the way we figure that out is basically prioritization. So what is more important of the two? Then I just run out what is more important of the two. That one's going to be default. So the more important one that I need the most, it's going to probably be dash production, because that's the one that's most likely going to get backed up. Dash production, if it gets backed up, allows me to say, oh, hey, we have too much light oil, switch to kerosene production. Which in turn, once we have too much kerosene, allows us to switch over to petroleum production, because that's an endpoint for kerosene. Now, the other light oil product, which I'm concerned with, could be potentially be diesel, but I don't remember. So the first step of light oil is to make dash. To make a dash setup. So we're gonna just reroute the piping so I have space for this. But hopefully it'd be naphtha as a byproduct. That would be absolutely ideal. Ideal scenario, can produce naphtha from it. If not, bad. So we're gonna set up a barrel here that if it gets too full, says, hey, shut off this valve. Yeah, we'll put a barrel here to shut off the valve here. No, that's not gonna work. I need to just do it longer, give it more space. Well, we could have more space. We just put the barrel there, then control the valve here. Cool, that works. So then a pipe is just gonna run here to the valve, which allows it to enter into the machine. So that's all going to be light oil piping. I'm just imagining how this is going to look in my mind. But this will be the dash machine. So dash gets produced here. Now, this means we do still need one final cracking tower. This is kind of a issue that I don't really want to have, is a final cracking tower for another cracking tower. Because that means I'll need 60 RTG pellets. It's already a lot of pellets at 50. But I have ways to produce plenty of those. If I don't even want to do the gold 198 method in total, or we can make cobalt 60, it's just as easy. So we're going to set a light oil barrel, or should I do a light oil tank? Could totally do a light oil tank, but I don't want to do that. Let's just focus on barrels, because that's where this is going to need to go. If we head over to the other setup, we should be able to find a couple of them. Or literally just take this one. Full of naphtha, too. Perfect. Let me just grab that and cannibalize the naphtha out of that. AKA just shove the naphtha into my new setup, which is way better. Because this naphtha is actually fabulous. It didn't do anything, but it's going to do something. Yeah, oh yeah, it's doing stuff right now. Which is making reformate. Which is making reformate to reformate gas. When that clogs, which it will, because it's finished making HP solvent, it's going to make other stuff too. And it is making rubber. Another thing that we haven't even looked at yet is going to be the usage of natural gas, which we're going to use that to make tantalum and complete the process for tantalum. So that will make it, everything will be completely full circle at that point. Ah, here we go. This is perfect. This is exactly what I imagined for using this building. It's good. Okay, what else am I looking at? Cover this in dirt. Because we already know that we have aromatic pipelines here. So let's just cover that in dirt. And barrel. Barrel time. That's wrong. But we're just going to set this to green. Take an output from that in the same way we've done everywhere else. With a redstone cable and everything. It's literally the same setup I've done 1,000 times now. But this will tell it to basically send it to another place. Then I'll work on making everything look pretty with the oil piping. So well, this refinery is okay. It's not bad. We could probably change the mess that is these jointings, but that'll be fine. It's a later project. And of course, run the cable around like this. Set him to light oil. And then I need to, oh, you know what I realized? If we do set up at least one RTG running gold 198, this whole project goes full circle. Because then we have mercury. And then we can constantly produce dash. As long as we can keep it supplied, which we can, from that setup, which we can get gold from too, but it's not super fast. We might have gold in it anyway. Oh yeah, we do have gold in it. It does go full circle. Like this is going full circle. And it has lithium too. Okay, well that's gonna be our source for materials that we need to power the fusion reactor. We have just discovered that this is going to be the project of all time. Yeah, we're gonna do that. That'll be whoever gets that first can take care of that. But that will be a lot of logistics stuff for making dash and all of that. This needs to be on by default too. Just that needs to be on by default. Why? Because if it's not on by default, it won't say, hey, I have too much of... It'll just be running when I have too much. But if this thing has too much, it needs to shut off this and go ahead and run it through the other method. Which means I also need to have another section of redstone wires that travels the same distance, 2 blocks, to turn it on. And because I am kind of lazy, we're going to do this the lazy way, aka we are going to take a redstone torch, make it into a tower somehow. Actually, no, we can't even fit a torch repeater in there. We have to do the regular. Have to do the regular. Not even a choice. Regular it is. And then it will figure out what it needs to do. So I take my thingy, put it here. In the most elegant way of saying that. Then do this. Nice. And then I have to move this back slightly. Set that up. And it's done. Almost. Cool. Too cool for school, some may say. Well, that basically means now light oil can go the other path. Which, what is the other path even? The other path is getting melted into something else. Some other unholy abomination. But this needs to be connected to power. And then we have our dash production completed. So we get dash powder from there, we get gold from there. We also get mercury from there. But it goes full circle if we start turning gold into mercury as well. Which means our dash production is going to be up through the roof. Not to mention if we started doing aluminum production there too, could get it even potentially higher. But still. Not really too concerned. Wait, did he went through and swapped all of the old bricks with the well, all the old looking bricks with these newer looking bricks. I don't know what was going through his head, but hey, I mean, I don't know if I like it or not. I don't really care, honestly. It looks about the same. It's not that noticeable, but it's kind of noticeable. I'm just saying. Slightly is noticeable. Well, the other method is make kerosene, which also probably makes diesel. And I hate diesel. Why do I hate diesel? Because it's like every other product I hate. Its endpoint sucks. Or does it? I don't actually know. Because I think this just will make... Don't mind me. Just causing a minor chasm here. Oops. You didn't see anything, guys. Okay. But, let's go ahead and put this in. Put these underneath of my pipe so it looks all professional. Hey, that one doesn't look professional. It's not like the others. God dang it. How dare you? That's stupid. Okay. Then we have to do light oil, which is going to go through, I don't actually know the process of light oil is. You have a lot of methods, probably. I figured you could do a lot of stuff with light oil. Take a look at light oil, and you have, aromatic, ew, disgusting, guys. Terrible. That's fucking nasty. No. How about no to all reformant gas? 2 middle fingers for reformant gas, guys. Now, of course, anytime we are producing diesel, it must be cracked because diesel is disgusting. It produces energy, and I don't need energy. I need results. AKA diesel stupid, big time stupid. In other words, we should not make diesel because it is so useless to me. It might as well be the same as producing dirt. Slightly more valuable dirt because maybe if I could export it, but I can't because there's no other countries. Therefore, it is useless. So we'll just produce dirt instead of diesel. Or we could produce it into kerosene, which means, or no, petroleum gas, which is absolutely a hellish idea because the second you start producing more petroleum gas than aromatic hydrocarbons, we end up in the petroleum gas crises. AKA, I have too much petroleum gas, somebody please help me get rid of it all. Which is gonna happen. No joke, going to happen. Because of this. But we'll do it. So that means I'll need a second cracking unit. 2 more. Hopefully the last 2. That's diesel and kerosene. And that means that diesel then gets disposed of, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at light oil's processing chain for that. So light oil is used in a bunch of stuff. Like these. I mean, hey, that's pretty nice. Maybe. If we need colors, maybe. I don't need colors. That's useless. Get rid of that. Diesel. Cracking. Petroleum gas and kerosene. Or you could do it radiolysis. You could run it as solid fuel. And of course, if you want to really be terrible, take 590 and turn it into 59 coke or naphtha, which is a slight yield of coke or naphtha, but it yields you some icky, disgusting, gross reformant gas, which, if you're wondering why I hate reformant gas, it's because it absolutely sucks. It just produces energy. And HP solvent, which is already full. So I'm going to say no to reformant gas. Say yes to turning my diesel into petroleum gas, which is far more valuable. Of course, the problem is now I have to figure out what we're missing, which I already know is going to be the thingies and rubber. And lead plates, apparently, too. And also, this needs, I believe it's a total of 4 per radiolysis machine, which the radiolysis machine is probably going to require, yeah, that requires 4 per. And then we need 8, and we are good on that. So we have enough for 2 more. I just need to make plates of steel and lead. We might even have enough lead plates in here. It's 12 per each, but if we look around, nope. Nope. Nada. Okay, lead is cheap and inexpensive. Resource-wise, we could probably just turn all my lead into plates anyway. Okay, so there we go. Lead plates are solved. The next thing I need to make is going to be a... What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, nope, not that. Redstone? No. Element. This. Nice. I need steel plates. A bunch of those. And I think it's 12 per each, so I need 24 total. And that'll be red copper wire too. So let me just find out if I have where I put that stuff at. I think I have some steel. No. Cool. That will be more than enough. I don't need more than 8. I can already know that much. And then, of course, I just need the steel, which should take me like 5 seconds to get 24 steel. So you take steel, split it down, got 24 instantly. Look at that pro gamer move there, and then run over to here. We're gonna make our wires, and where did my anvil go? Oops. Oh wait, wrong place. It's over here. Lead. Make that. And then I just need to grab the other thing. Thinking we do a sub-level for the fusion reactor for stuff like deuterium production and steam condensation. You could build another room for it, because if you build the room close to our asteroid harvesters, or whatever they're called, we could just pull lithium from there. The hydrogen, we produce that locally at the plant, I think. So at the oil setup, I will produce, hopefully produce surplus of the stuff we need for that. But I don't know how much surplus we're going to get from it. So it's kind of up to luck at that point. I don't have numbers for how fast it's going to run. Do you have a Soyuz yet? Well, we did build the components for one, but then we never launched it. And we didn't even have the book for it, because you need to get a book for it. And that's something we didn't get. So yeah, I mean, we technically built one, but we never put it together to launch it. But you don't need a Soyuz in Space Fork. In Space Fork, the Soyuz is absolutely just a waste of your time. Just go ahead and build a traditional rocket, and then you can launch up your asteroid miners for free. Free of charge. Free of extra effort and pain. But you also have to suffer through zinc in your rubber, so like it's not really that good. That's a good joke. You also have to suffer through zinc in your rubber. But yeah, this will split out this way. It would be better if I had it like this. So if I move this here, and I'm just gonna be waiting on those elements to be done for my RTG. You can get trick sight. What? Yeah, I've already got trick sight. We have the means to use trick sight for stuff. I'm not gonna go over there and show you, but we do have trick sight. I process the trick sight down, and I get plutonium from there, I think. And then I think I process my plutonium into, I've already got it set up to automatically process it. Where is my stuff? Oh, I need rubber. I'm being an idiot. Oh, at least the rubber's over here now. 14, that's enough for 2. Well, it's 8 per, so like I need 2 more after this. Let's go ahead and shove it in one of these machines. That's stupid. Why do you sound like the guy from the B movie? Already looks a lot neater. The oil setup? Yeah, the oil setup's looking clean. The oil setup is shrunk by like 50%. Hey man, we don't question why I sound like the guy from the B movie, okay? I'm not the guy from the B movie anyway. Shell? Oh yes, nice. Shell. That is what these are called. Like the gas station. Okay, cool. Put them in the machine. Yeah, cool. Nice. Radiolysis, a generator, and the other thing. Radiolysis. And of course, the first thing that is annoying is when we produce stupid diesel. Because I hate diesel with a passion. So what we're going to do to it is going to be horrendous too. Like the second one. Horrendous too. Because the first one wasn't horrendous enough. No. Not like that. One more. So we're at like 670 right now. I don't remember what number we're at as far as RTG pellets go, but we're probably at like 70. Which is insane. We're going to take in the diesel from here. Why is it set to that? Just set it to this. Switch it over, and then we're going to do diesel. On this one. So, there's a way to take Fallout through the Silex for us to get extra pellets for these machines, because we're not going to solely run Gold 198, or yeah, Gold 198. It involves Fallout, putting it in the Silex, and that's pretty much it. That will get you some strontium and cobalt 60, both of which are basically free of charge to us, because all we have to do is grab Fallout and make a Fallout pearl and throw that. But that means we basically have infinite Fallout. Or what I would not recommend is going somewhere and we do have the crystal for that too. Oh, awesome! That's what we were waiting on. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get these sooner. Is because we didn't have that crystal. I was like, okay, well we need the cobalt 60. So that's that's good. So now we need to deal with kerosene, because the kerosene is the other product. Now, of course, we have this pipe here, which is going to literally just be connected to the kerosene, and then it's done. So once I have my second of these, then we output petroleum gas on the same side for both of them. And then it's done. Then it's done. The setup of all time is completely completed. Fully finished. Alright, nice. The petroleum gas goes out this way. This is too symmetrical, it's super symmetrical. But then PET gas can go in through there. Petroleum gas. Nice. And then energy out through this side. Cool. Energy out is installed. There we go. Energy is also installed there. Does this guy have energy cables? Yes, he does. Just triple checking my energy cable connections. We can finally disconnect the entire grid from that. That doesn't need to even be connected anymore. Yeah, I could literally just swap it over to this thing. The only thing I need to control is whether the fracking tower is on or not. Which is really not much energy anyway. That is actually amazing. But not unfounded. It makes sense. There we go. That's connected. These guys are connected. Everybody has power. Everybody's happy. Probably. Except for the RTGs, because they're dying trying to hold up all the power. All the weight in the world right there. This guy's got a cable connection here. Then, of course, we need to connect one on this side of the other guy. Who's going to go in there? That's actually easy, because this one is straight in line with him. Like, I didn't even plan that. That just happened. That was a good coincidence to happen. And that means our oil setup is going to be super advanced. Future oil setup is finally here in this world. Now we just need to deal with coal oil. That's the one thing I haven't dealt with in the other world is coal oil. Coal oil follows the same steps basically. But there's also side products from the coal oil. Those get fractioned. Or we could deal with it in some other way. Coal oil is a very, very useful product, though. Especially when we need extra oil. Okay, so what I'm gonna do for this now. Gonna put all my extra machinery stuff in a box over here so I can start collecting some fallout. For the next stage of this. Then I'll be like, where's my stuff at? Which box did I put it in? Dividing my stuff into 2 boxes here is pretty stupid, but it's okay. Not all things were meant to be solved with intelligence. Okay, it's still defaulting to that one. It just needs more naphtha, and it's not getting that because heavy oil is clogged. And that's clogged because it's got too much industrial oil, because industrial oil isn't getting processed because it needs RTG pellets. Cool. I can fix those issues fast because I know where there is a plentiful amount of fallout. What a good way to get fallout. Actually, now that I think about it, I was just gonna head over here and harvest whatever is in this area, but if I turn over here, there's probably a lot this way. It's not that much. Well, maybe in the center. Maybe. It looks like there's a lot right there. But we'll just go this way. For now, we'll just head over to this one. It's closer. But we're going to set our tool to become fortune. Fortune. I mean, hey, might as well use it, right? Yeah. I mean, it's going to be easier to harvest this one anyway. Because this one I can just vein mine, whereas the other ones looked really small. Looks like little patches of fallout. What we need to do is make like an actual bomb that does this. So, looks like we might make our own custom nuke at this point. Because what we need to do is make it with like the maximum dirty stage, and that's it. Because hydrogen negates that. If you put in hydrogen, you're actually reducing the amount of fallout you produce. Both that's a real thing too. And there's actually not any fallout over here. Did you blow up RBMKs at one point somewhere? If you did, I need to know because I need to find where that's at. Wait, it looks like it's settled down on the bottom. That's sad. Sad and disappointing. Because I need lots of fallout. Unless it's settled in here somewhere, but I don't see any. Well, it looks like we're going to the crater. I think everybody wants to see that anyway, because that's dope. Like a few thousand out. Oh. Okay. Well, if we select a good spot to blow up with a dirty bomb, I say in that same general direction. Like, you know what? No. Yeah, the same general direction. Yeah, it will have a lot, but there's not that much. It's like sporadic, which I'm gonna hate that. So if we were to make a dedicated one, it actually can be a lot better. Why would you blow up an RBMK? So you can make these. Liquidator metals are very valuable items to have. They will change your life the second you put it on. Literally by reducing all of the radiation you have. And I think the second we get past like these trees over here, we should be like in the crater. Or seeing results of the nuclear explosion. Just a few more blocks, and then we'll be in the nuclear crater. I wish it was not like as much of a transition from whoa, what the heck is this? Talk about hole in the ground, like what the heck? Is this a somebody dug here? This is Dosto. This is what Dosto did. Or no. This is that one guy. Remember that one guy? How did you blow up an RBMK by making it overheat with fuel sources in it? Okay. So you take the RBMK chunk that you get from the explosion. You need the RBMK chunk from the explosion. Ah. There's a few... This is annoying. This is annoying. It's sporadic pieces. I need stacks of this. Okay, so we have a couple options. We either blow up an RBMK, come up with a way to make more fallout from a dirty bomb, or make actinium, but I don't want to. Because that costs astatine. Unless we do it some other way. Unless you want to make actinium, which I don't want to do that either. I figure we should probably just see if I can make this into the thingy. It doesn't exist no more. You used to be able to make a fallout out of these. Pearl. There we go. Which takes a block of fallout, and then it gives you one of these. Nuclear waste pearl. That is amazing. I don't want this dirt. Please get rid of it. I bet at the center of the crater there's more. Gotta be. I gotta hope there's more. Shit! Why the stop. It's putting too many holes in the ground. I clicked it for a second. There we go. I'm gonna explode at this point. Yeah, HEV can handle most things. HEV is probably your best bet if you don't want to get a liquidator suit. Which, how the heck is there still mines here? We nuked the place. Mines are like cockroaches. How the heck is a mine gonna survive? Okay, this is funny. My inventory is now filled with snow. Because it is. Oh, hey, look at that. There's like a patch of nothing. Oh, now we're looking at some good stuff right there. Boing. Duh, that was almost lethal. Look at this shit. Oh, wait, this is not Fallout. This is just regular trash. Your typical nuclear waste crater biome is full of trash and rubbish. I'm not seeing any fallout here in the crater center, which does make sense because it should be on the edges. But what is this building? Who is building this? Some of these buildings, I'm like, where did this come from? Huh? This was not my doing. This was probably that one guy's doing. I don't remember who he was, but he liked the BTR, and he drove it into the side of the base one time. Now we don't know where he's at. Oh, that was for Sheridium? Oh, cool. Oh. I was like, this is a neat little feature here. Wait a second. Yeah, you have a good point about that. I forgot about that. That is true. That is true. Okay, let's go ahead and touch this stuff. I wonder what it feels like. Oh, it's just water. That's clay is turned into terracotta. That is actually pretty terrible. That makes the clay so useless now. Oh, look at this place. This is cool. Curious. Did anything last in this thing? Nope, not really. Okay. Okay. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a place super uninhabitable. Uninhabitable. So we're gonna go somewhere with a bunch of nuclear waste blocks. And I found a spaceship in the ground. Untouched, too. So it has plasma heaters in it. Hell yeah, that means I'm probably done with my plasma heaters. Do 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 do. Cool. We're going to climb the mountain so we can get to the other side. And then take 20 fall damage. Genius. Oh, I hear a landmine. That's amazing. Self-planting landmines. Place or these landmines are self-placing. Just let them run around for 5 seconds and then they will place themselves by burying into the ground and activating with a beep sound. They will do that as soon as enemies are nearby, thus giving away their location and also being completely and totally annoying. And very expected. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Oh, never mind. That was almost bad, you guys. I was like, it doesn't do anything no more, but it still does. I take that back. Well, at least we found out the easy way that it doesn't do it, that it does do stuff still, and we should probably not mess with it. So I have my fallout. What I'm gonna do is take nuclear waste from the Watts reactor and combine it into some super duper duper tasty stuff. I'm gonna place it somewhere not super remote in a biome that we absolutely hate with a passion, and just do some terrible stuff to that biome. Nice. This is what I call nuclear waste liquidation. Mind showing me the full Watts process? So we use redstone to do the stuff for it. But basically, you have a coolant loop, then you boil water, and water goes in turbines. That's the first part. The second part is the Watts mud. You deal with this stuff by sending it to tanks, which I have connected to the centrifuges, which process that out. Gas centrifuges. And then, of course, each system tells it to turn on the next valve. And there's no backflow because I'm a genius and made it so there is no backflow. And that's when they overflow. So that's the whole process. In the most basic terms I can give it. But it probably makes no sense. Unless it does make sense. In which case, you might be a genius. I do need blocks of fallout too, because I can show you another way of generating fallout is just to throw your nuclear waste everywhere. So we're going to head in this very remote direction, and we're going to make it pretty beautiful. Pretty beautiful. And what that means is make it entirely irradiated and super nasty to spend time at. So it is made from the mud and the fuel, and how do you place the, or what? So the mud makes iron and lead dust. And we use that to make nothing. We just collect it. The other thing with that is that we get, what was it? Got something out of it. Something else. It was, I can't even remember. I'm trying to think of something else while I'm doing this. But, if we want to make a pearl, that'll probably also get us somewhere with this stuff. Oh yeah, this is where it's at right here. The planet is a fart cloud at this point. Oh, that's not a good sign. I might end up like that pork chop if I stay here for too long. Dead. Oh, that's really not good. It's getting pretty far out there. Oh, well, that's not a problem, guys. I didn't do any of that. That wasn't me. The liquidator metal reduces the amount of radiation you get. And you can wear 2 of those. this is fucking stupid looking. But let me show you the other thing we can do. See, if I want more, which I do want more, we take these and we make blocks. With the blocks, we take these and make them into those. Take 36 of those and put them around a block. Oh, look at that. It is now a throwable item, which I can use to turn that biome even more disgusting. Let me choose a target that is pretty suitable for collecting more fallout. Right over there. Boom! Fuck you! And when it lands, that area that we just dropped it at is now covered in fallout. 76. And a lot of it, too. Holy shit, dude. It's spreading like wildfire. Some people thinks it snows on Christmas, but it only snows on the end of the world. This is a lot. This is good though. This is a good amount. This was actually not bad. You know, I thought it was gonna be a lot more than that, but apparently it didn't land that far. It just landed right there. So that was not bad. But that only gives you a little, and now I'm dying because I don't have enough radiation protection on. Oops. However, that was enough. If I go put on the rest of my radiation protection, I can pick up the box, but for now, it's kind of, yeah. We're playing with nuclear stuff. I should definitely have it on. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I hope. Because I can't travel this fast. I'm traveling at, like, very slow speeds right now. Oh, now I'm going fast. Like race car right there. Who came in this area? Maybe invest in cladding if you don't have any. I'm good. HEV too strong for that. HEV need no cladding. Unga bunga. Oh, what the heck? That goes in the chest slot? God dang it. I heard they brought V1 back. Is it the V1? V12? V1? Yes, it is back. Blood is fuel. I don't know if that's James 2H or HBM, but HBM, you suck when you put your stupid cloud in a jar. That is dumb. I hope you're watching this so you know how much I hate that cloud in the jar, because it really sucked. But now, V1 is back. I just don't know how you get it. Where is the crate? Okay, cool. Perfect. I bet I can pick it all up now. Yeah, I can. But I bet I can pick up more than that. That Fallout Pearl didn't really provide that much Fallout compared to the blocks of Fallout that are currently producing tons of Fallout. Don't mind us, we're just doing a nuclear experiment on the local wildlife to see how long they can survive if I create a nuclear hellscape on them. And the answer is not very long. Including the trees. Especially the trees. Look how dead they are. Very dead. Oh, nice. Perfect. That gives me 6 rads per second. Holy shit. I have 10 rads per second now. This is a problem. This might be a minor issue. The thumbnail needs to be Chud pointing at Fallout. Okay, well, this minor inconvenience is okay. Don't worry. It's okay, guys. I will survive. Something to do with an eye of a tiger. Not the fart clouds. Oh, that's the wrong machine. Oh no. Shove that shit in there. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, but it needs peroxide. No! It needs peroxide. No, stop. How dare you? Peroxide. Oh, hey, it's fullerene solution? What the heck? Peroxide in there. Peroxide in there. Hey, we need peroxide at the place. Currently on the way to dying. Oh, hey, we did the bismuth crystal too. I'll get the peroxide. It's easier. I actually have a jar of it. Right here. I called this thing a jar, but it practically is a jar, so. It's not technically wrong. Technically, it's right. It's in the crates. Okay, got it. Oh, there we go. I wonder if that works. Okay, then I just need to pipe this all in. Okay, that will look good. Trust me, bro. It's gonna look like a combine harvester. That's what these pipes remind me of, is like that thing on the combine harvester that does all the stuff. Drops all the stuff. Farming simulator right there. Could build farming simulator now. Output, right? Oh wait, it needs to be set to peroxide. Hydronium peroxide mode. Hydrogen peroxide mode. Yep. Peroxide mode. Nice. Do the thing. Need more Fallout. That's what Todd is saying right now. Todd Howard. Need more Fallout. Jesus. Yes, it produces dust. Absolutely so useful in some cases. But the Cobalt 60 is the main goal. It's the big thing. And of course, there's many ways to produce fallout. Don't worry. It's not a gimmick. It was meant to be. Ugh. Cool. Producing fallout. Cesium-137 powder is used to make dust, or full-scale powder, which is also used to make dust. Pick your dust. 9 cesium or 1 cesium. How much dust do you want? But this stuff is basically useless, and it's hydroreactive, which we can demonstrate too. Right here. Pretty nice, cool, right? Huh? That was nothing. Don't worry. But the main goal is that tiny pile of strontium-90. Ooh, because that is the same as cobalt-60. Effectively. It might as well be. Then we have our tiny reactor, this thing. This takes the radium-226 and allows you to process that into polonium-210. Or takes HEP-239 and allows you to turn that into stuff too. This dust is useless. Let's just throw it in the hole. And it also gives you gold 198. And this is the way you get gold for poor people. So what you do is you build yourself a custom nuke. Dirty bomb. You detonate it. And then all of a sudden the world will become perfect. And you can just, you know what I mean? You get an instant amount of fallout. And that will be perfect. That's your gold 198 for free method. And then there's iodine 131. What is this used for? Dust. Dust as well. Because this... So this is why iodine pills work against radiation, is because then you can't take in iodine 131. That's the whole point of that. So when you use an iodine pill, it's like the regular iodine isotope, and you can only have so much iodine in your body. So then that basically prevents iodine 131 from being accumulated inside of your body, which is the radioactive stuff. And if it accumulates in your body, then you're just constantly being irradiated by your own iodine until it is gone. I don't know how that works that much. I just know that part of it. And of course, this isn't really producing much, but it is producing some, so it's not that bad. We just need to supply it with an endless amount of fallout. That means I need to run this way, and run this way again to get more fallout. This place is absolutely Disasterville. Chernobyl. No, it's Chernobyl. No, Chernobyl here. Yes, this is off-brand Chernobyl. Chernobyl. Set it to the max tier vein miner. Nice. 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 Cool, we're picking up tons of fallout. And then once we have enough to actually kill me, we run back. Alright, let's book it. Book it, nerds. How much do I have? I have kind of a bit. I have 7 rads per second worth. That's a good measurement. How many radiations per second? And it's raining again. It's raining, it's pouring, and it's okay. It's alright. Time to put the fallout in the box. Boxification. And that means that my machinery is now producing more fallout. And I got more cesium in there too. Which again is the useless stuff, so forget cesium, forget iodine. They don't really have much usages. But we'll take them anyway. Once you have 6, you have a billet. Once you have a billet, you might just be in luck there. Oh, I could reduce the amount of cost to myself if I took out those from my inventory. So now I can collect more of the fallout and stuff. This way, each iteration I'm grabbing like 10 times my fallout. Cool. Let's just get there, grab it, and go. And then I think I'll be done for today. Because I've done a lot today. And the next episode we pick up where we left off with that oil stuff. Shouldn't be too difficult to do. Now, after a while, these do stop producing as much fallout, but it's just because they've been here for a little bit, so they don't want to produce as much. Shit. Fuck. Oh my gosh. How much do I have? 2 stacks? That's not enough. We need more space for the fallout. Fallout 76. Okay, cool. I think I have enough. I'm gonna just head back with this, and then I think I'll be done. Well, we'll see what's going on. We'll see how much I have left, or how much processing we have to do. It'd be nice if I had multiple Silex machines there that could process all of this, but we're good where we're at right now. And I don't think we'll be doing much space stuff for the foreseeable future. Like, we really don't have much going on with space stuff. I think Tecto is like the next major goal. But like there, we've already got Moho that doesn't even have a base on it yet. I bet Moho's a pretty good launch site. We could try that out, see what that looks like as far as fuel goes. But getting there is pretty expensive. Well, the moon to Tecto is actually pretty easy. The moon to Tecto trip is not bad. It's just getting a rocket that can go there. Or getting the chip to go there. And we're still waiting. So, I'm gonna end today's episode now. I think this was a good place to stop, for me at least. I'll just check up on everything, make sure... Well, nothing's happening with the oil setup, but it's looking pretty good so far. A lot of work's done on it. That's good. And, yeah. See you all in the next one, and goodbye.